Oh shit! I was once again muted. Let me check the filter. Yeah, okay. Somebody did. Thank God. So, hello, imps. I haven't been scheduling some streams here because I've been busy recording. And as you can, I don't know if you noticed my community post on YouTube. I have a new demo, a song demo with Chris once again. And by the way, if any of you here follow me for my music, did you know that I just released a new song, like I guess 2 weeks ago? But today, or rather yesterday, well, today technically, I released this song. Yes, it is a demo. Well, I had a new official song, which is Silent Repose. It's on my channel. And then this demo that I just wrote with Chris, the same person that I wrote Silent Repose with. Yeah, we released a new demo, which is more like a mixture of hardcore and thal. So, yeah, I had fun doing that one. So, and also I've been recording for the new another original song that I'm gonna drop in November in time for like my new model and stuff. So there we go. Yeah. Hello everybody. Hello T Color. Hello Envy. Hello Slow Pokeborn. And the other person, Ziamiruka, asking me, what is this? Oh, it's a stream. Well, if you haven't noticed already, it is a stream. And Lightning 750 hi. Thanks. And no execute. Thanks for telling me that I was muted. Also, yes, Zeliner. Hello. I Marchy. Or is that just March? Hey, you can check out the new demo. All right. Hello, Lightning. Yes, because I will never have will not have will never have will never not have technical problems. I will always have technical problems. Hell yeah, did you check it out, NVMD? What do you guys think of the new demo? I wanted to be slowpoke born, but someone be less slowpoke than me. Yeah, it was fun. Thank you. Yay, let's go. Yeah, I'm more into like I said before, my roots are from hardcore, so it's not really it's we wrote that song in a day, so for me, hardcore songs are not hard to write. It's literally my home my I'm at the home court advantage, imps. Since I've been writing hardcore songs since I was 16. So I have a little bit of experience in like the hardcore scene. It's just March. The L is supposed to be T. Oh, really? Lowercase. I changed my name. I'm Ace to March, if you remember. Oh, okay. Yeah. Alright, don't be changing your names to the point that you're unrecognizable. For me, at least. I don't really. Talk about the dedication to the craft. Let's go. Well, it's really like we just love writing music. We love hardcore, we love music, we love heavy shit. So, why not just keep writing, right? Cuz since, you know, since I'm since I'm an since I'm a musician, well, that's literally my job, or rather my hobby. Who doesn't like heavy shit? People who don't like to listen to metal. Like, I don't know, like I've met some people who do not like metal at all. So someone was complaining about my songs and saying that, oh, I don't like this music at all. And I'm like, why are you here? Like, I literally put it in the description. I am a metal vocalist. I make metal music. And then you just decided to waste your time and watching the stuff that you don't like, and then made comments about it too that you don't like it. Like, damn, you have a hardcore soul. Thank you. I like to, I try to like channel my roots when I write. Speaking of your repertoire, Dissociation is by far my favorite. Dissociation is like light. Like, I think the my lightest my quietest song ever. Hello, the best Uriel. Привет. But anyway, all right, since all of y'all have seen my stuff, like my new music, I actually just wanted to talk about, the last 24 hours that has happened regarding things that happened in the Middle East, Did you see footages of the missile attack by Iran? That was a sight to see. Like, I saw some Western like back journalists be like, "Oh wait, you didn't know? Iran launched missile strikes in Tel Aviv." Decolonial reign, hell yeah. Let's go. LGBT. Let's go bomb Tel Aviv cover when okay. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. Let me listen to Let's Go Bomb Tel Aviv. Let's go bomb Tel Aviv. Hell yeah, this goes hard. Let's go. Yeah, if you don't know it, if some of y'all don't know about the song, I sent in the link. Yeah, I'm down to do this. Happy Wednesday, Kuhaku. Let's go bomb Tel Aviv. Damn, this song is so fun. Let's go bomb Tel Aviv. I also really like the term decolonial reign march. Love it, love it, love it. All right, I want to check I want to check this one out. All right, let's watch this one. It's a commentary from the professor of Iran. I like how he's just smiling.
Have you and your colleagues at Sky News. It
Wait,
was
wait,
a
wait,
massive
okay,
blow to the Israeli.
Well, Professor Mohammed Morandi from the University of Tehran
Sorry, it was muted.
Joins us now. Thank you very much for being with us, Professor. I just wonder, first of all, what has Iran achieved by this attack on Israel? Very few of the missiles got through. It, in effect, failed. Many people are calling it a humiliation for Iran.
I think that's a lot of wishful thinking on behalf of you and your colleagues at Sky
Hey, yo, let's
News.
go, Fanboy
It
Mao.
was
Thanks
a
for
massive blow
subscribing.
to the Israeli regime. And the history of this conflict doesn't go back to last year. It is 76 years of ethno-supremacism, ethnic
Exactly.
cleansing, and this is a racist regime that you support. What the problem
He's
is
just
that
like,
you
that you
cannot
support.
recognize that the difference between you and us is that you support racism and racial hierarchy, and we reject it. And the Israeli regime, if they dare strike back at Iran, we will hit them much harder next
Hell
time.
yeah.
We will beat them into submission.
Well, they will strike back, won't they? No sovereign country can put up with having 180 ballistic missiles fired at them. So they will hit back, they will hit hard, and they could well hit your nuclear facilities, your oil production installations. They could cause Iran serious damage.
Listen, instead of the rhetoric, be real, because you're misleading your own people. Iran has countless underground missile sites with hundreds of thousands of missiles across the country. They were made after the U.S. invasion of Iraq and Afghanistan
Sovereign
to deal with
nation,
the potential
bitch.
war with the United States. So this puny regime, it is not a state, it is a colony. It is, a racist, ethno-supremacist colony which the people call themselves the chosen people. Unlike you, we do not believe in chosen people. And the Palestinian people on that land who've been displaced and pushed into Gaza and who've been slaughtered regularly over 76 years, we will not stand for that. All people in the whole of Palestine must be equal. The Israeli regime, if they strike Iran, we will hit them much harder next time. And they can pretend that they got away.
Oh shit,
but we hit them very hard last night. We hit their bases.
What
and
am I doing
the
here?
Israeli regime, which constantly carries out slaughter and genocide and is carrying out a Holocaust in Gaza, we struck their military targets. Because unlike you, we actually care about human rights, not you.
Professor, let me just say that we're on the verge of an all-out war, or certainly a war between Israel and Iran. It could be a war that Iran loses. If Iran does lose that war, do you think that the current Iranian regime could survive a defeat? Because that is if what you say is right and Iran is going to hit back even harder, that could be where this all ends up.
Iran will not hit back harder. Iran will hit back much harder. The head of the Iranian forces says Iran will destroy, target, and destroy all of the Israeli regime's infrastructure. This was the tip of the iceberg. Iran will lose no war. The Israeli regime will.
Oh,
it is
damn.
time for you and others to end your racism and to end your support
End
for
your
the
racism.
superior race, and to accept that all people in Palestine have equal rights, and the
Chosen
Palestinian
people,
people
my
have a right of
ass.
return. Jews, Christians, and Muslims are equal. Unlike what
Yeah.
you say, they are equal, and we will accept nothing less than that. The regime must go, and all people must be treated equally.
Right.
And if the only thing, there's no doubt that Israel will
This
lose.
guy's not
but the
even
only
having a
variable
filter.
here
He's
is the
just saying,
United
like, you're
States.
racist
If
as
the United
shit,
States
bro.
gets involved, have no doubt, the U.S. will be swept out of Iraq by the Iraqi resistance, and all its assets in the Persian Gulf will be destroyed. And
Professor-
all those regimes
All right,
that
Prof-
U.S. bases will be destroyed, and the oil and gas markets will cause a situation where the global economy will collapse and millions
Yeah.
of people will be on the move. So be careful about making stupid mistakes, and the West should stop with its arrogance and get real for once.
Okay,
For
Professor,
real.
thank you very much for being with us. Thank you. Well, Professor
Wait.
Mohammed
He
Murad.
was just like so elated to like be in there. He's like, I'm ready to like tell these motherfuckers off that they're racist as shit. And we'll not lose. Israel acting like they're hot shit without the US backing their shit. Imagine if we all got along and we were nice to each other. This man is so base surreal. Not him exactly. It's just like that Sky News guy was just like trying to do his like, his routine thanking a guest, and that was so awkward and funny. If only were that easy. For real. Alright, let's look at the missiles. Israel's preparing to target Iran's oil fields? Oh, really now? Well, it's from the sun, so what else is there? I want a breaking news. Breakthrough news, sorry. I like breakthrough news better. With Rania Khalek. All right, let's look at this because this is pretty
Hello,
new.
everyone. I'm Rania Khalek, and this is a special live episode of Dispatches. After nearly a year of genocide in Gaza, Israel has expanded its atrocities to Lebanon. Israel has been firing
She's
at Lebanon
Lebanese.
since October 8th, after Hezbollah began its precision strikes on Israeli military targets in solidarity with the people of Gaza. As the Israelis
she's
and
based,
Americans
yeah.
take a victory
Her
lap
and
over
Abby
the
Martin-
assassination
Martin.
of Hezbollah's Hassan Nasrallah and their carpet bombing of Lebanon, displacing 1 million people and bringing the country to the brink of catastrophe, many are terrified and wondering what comes next. Hezbollah has taken painful hits to its senior leadership, leaving many people shocked and Israel and the U.S. confident about going all the way.
The thing is, like, they don't really understand how resistance movements work. Like, do they not think that these leaders already have other people lined up in place? Like, I don't think that their movement is hierarchical. It's more like horizontal, I think. Like, if you struck down one person, another one would just take over. They know, like, getting into this, I think that they already know, like, what their fate is, I think they've already accepted that they might get assassinated, or they might not be able to see, they might not be able to see the end of this. So they obviously they already have people lined up. Like, You can kill people, but you can't kill ideas, bitch. You cannot kill movements. That's why, like, that's why they're not getting rid of Hamas. They're not getting rid of Hezbollah. They're not getting rid of Ansar Allah because they can't kill ideas. You cannot kill ideas. You can't kill people. You can never kill ideas and movements. Especially if it's a grassroots movement. Like, but Israel, like, just sent a couple of missiles in their airspace, and they shit their pants. They run to their bunkers.
Israel going to invade Lebanon? Is Lebanon going to become the next Gaza? What will Hezbollah do? What will Iran do? How does this end? To discuss this and more, I'm joined by veteran war correspondent and analyst Elijah Magnier. Elijah, welcome back to the show.
Thank you for having me. Great to be with you.
It's always a pleasure to have you on and to hear your expertise on these issues. And, people are really shocked right now because Hassan Nasrallah has been confirmed to have been assassinated, something that I don't think anybody expected. Moreover, it's been a horrific 2 weeks, as you know, as many who are watching know, with just one Israeli terrorist attack after another on Lebanon. And every day we see the Israelis taking out senior commanders, senior leaders in Hezbollah in quite a shocking way. So I guess I want to start off with something you recently laid out in a piece that you published at your website. And that is, what many people want to know is, how did this happen? How has Israel managed to essentially, infiltrate Hezbollah in some way, to the point where they're able to take out?
That's the thing with Israel too. Like, they think that killing civilians constitutes military victory. Like, okay, bitch, like, it only shows how genocidal they are, because they would count civilian deaths as victorious. Like, what the fuck do you mean? You just killed a bunch of non-combatants. Like, okay, but like, they killed those people with bombs. Like, when they tried invading yesterday, was it yesterday or today? But they got their asses handed to them by Hezbollah. But like, okay, they don't stand a chance in ground invasion. Like, they don't know how to fight actual combatants. I know it isn't, but you think they would care about that because it affects them at home? Yeah, I don't think they care, Eustace. Affects the world worse, so I guess that's good enough for some. That's why they have cells, so when they lose, there's another group to keep fighting, I guess. Yeah. They have a strategic, like, thing in place already that worked for them, that fought off, like, the occupation from the southern border, right? Oh, I've never heard of Breakthrough News before. I'll check. Yeah, I highly recommend Breakthrough News, along with Abby Martin. Hezbollah leaders have died before, it never stopped them. Exactly. Like, it's just, some, like, highly likely, they just have, like, those are just the faces of the movement. Like, the leaders are literally just the faces. But they're not like, just because the faces have been assassinated doesn't mean that the entire movement, the morale of the entire movement just rests upon one person. No, I don't think that. That's not how it works. Of course, like, they would mourn the death of their comrades, but I don't think that that's, they know their objectives really well. Like, they know pretty much what they're supposed to do. So, all the more that they would want to keep this going. That guy has a sick stash. more impressive than mine. Assassinated is leveling two buildings. Exactly. Oh my god, Red Queen. Hello, Kuma Bear. It's the same logic as ISIS terrorist attacks. Yeah, exactly. Like you know that Israel funded ISIS and Al Qaeda, right? Where are they now? When like if they really were for like the Islamic State, whatever thingamajig, you know, they would have fought for Palestinians, but no. They're just terrorists, much like how Israel is a terrorist state, you know? I feel like a cage match between leaders would be much more effective at this point. Well, not really. I mean, well, I would just want to throw Netanyahu in a cage without like, you know, and throw away the key. Lock him up and throw away the key. Look, no civilians got killed. That means your attack was ineffective. Exactly. Like, do you understand how precise the missile strike was? Like the Iranian missile strike. They literally destroyed a naval base, right? Oh, the Air Force base of what's the name of the place? Somewhere. They destroyed the fighter planes. I forgot the names. But that was their was it Nevatim? Yeah. That was their military objective that they successfully carried out. Meanwhile, Israelis is just like they just kill civilians like it's a national sport. Like, my god. Nativim? Nativim. Okay. How about if I fight them? I mean, well, you know, have at it. Missiles are precise to about 3 feet, if I recall correctly. Yeah, they destroyed the fighter jets. That was their point. Military targets. Yeah, exactly. Those are military targets. That's why there are little to no civilian casualties. That's yeah, like that civilian targets versus civilian infrastructure in a war. Yeah, like that seems like the main goal in a war to weaken. Exactly. If you don't have a fighting force, then you know the country would likely not wage a war. And that's better because like civilians don't have to lose their lives. Sadly, many civilian buildings. But the thing is, like, if it's Israel, it doesn't even belong to them. The land doesn't belong to them. They should go back to where they came from.
Its Secretary General
to Poland.
And many of its senior leadership
like Netanyahu.
over and over again.
There are a bunch of Eastern Europeans.
Hezbollah likely taking precautions after it first started to happen.
Since the war in 2006, the Israeli realized that they are facing a very powerful non-state actor that changed the plan of the US for a new Middle East that the then Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice was advertising for. And they thought by removing Hezbollah from the equation, occupying Iraq, and then threatening Syria or occupying Syria, then they can change the Middle East and make sure that by fear, they can push all the countries of the Middle East to the Abraham Accord and to normalize with Israel. This plan failed in 2006 when the Israelis failed to achieve their objectives. But then Hezbollah became the target of the Americans and the Israelis. When I say the Israelis, it's always important to keep in mind that America comes first before the Israelis because they are the one who wants to eliminate Hezbollah. They are the one who occupied Iraq and then broke into Syria and wanted to create a failed state for the objective to end up in Iran, as General Wesley Clark told the world that the Americans were planning to occupy 7 countries in 5 years, including Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, and Iran. So
Look
For
what
that,
happened to Iraq.
Hezbollah became the target. What happened is the war broke out in 2011,
Mm-hmm.
and Hezbollah was very busy in making sure that the Takfiri, ISIS, and Al Qaeda will not prevail.
Good. Yeah.
Simultaneously, Israel and the Americans were
They
working
literally
on artificial
saved
intelligence,
Lebanon
collecting
from
information
ISIS.
behind Hezbollah,
Mm.
because Hezbollah has become bigger, a huge organization with many
Good for them.
effectives, starting to use drones, starting to be engaged with a classical army like the Syrian army, but then again with the Russian, coordinating with a superpower. And Hezbollah was busy in that war, and the Americans and the Israelis and their allies in the region, because the Israelis are part of CENTCOM.
Exactly. It's so weird. Like, isn't it so odd that Hezbollah, the one that actually fought ISIS, are also being called terrorists because they're enemies of Israel? Like, okay. All right, I guess.
The US Central Command,
I'll
where
be
there
back.
are many countries in
I
the
need
Middle
some
East
water.
sharing intelligence information with the Israelis and the Americans, including the British that are in Cyprus, and everybody else share information with the Israelis. This is where the main objective was Hezbollah. And Hezbollah did not really pay attention to all this crowd of intelligence gathering and the development of the artificial intelligence, because it was a matter of existence. If the ISIS and Al Qaeda prevail, then there is no point in really looking for anything else, because they were knocking the door of Damascus. When Jabhat al Nusra, led by an ISIS emir that later became Al Qaeda and then went solo, was really operating inside Damascus. Now, all that collection of information, and because Hezbollah's leaders in the Jihadi Council, the highest level of command, of military command, because there is the Shura Council that is higher, and this is where the decision makers are sitting. The Shura and the Jihadi Council were busy in distributing jobs, in participating in person in Syria. Like, we've seen many of these people losing their life, etc. Please stop me when you want if I'm going. Yeah.
No, it's but this is I mean, it's important you're saying this, because I mean, there was a Financial Times article that came out, and I sent it to you before we recorded, that basically made it pointed out the Syria factor, and that Hezbollah fighting in Syria is what opened it up to all these forces that were able to like basically spy on it and follow it. But of course, like you mentioned, Hezbollah didn't really have a choice when it came to Syria. It was a matter of, it was an existential crisis for Lebanon and the region, as you're saying. But no, please continue. So I essentially what we're hearing here, and you lay this out very much in detail in your piece, is there's a really high level of algorithms and different sorts of technological intelligence gathering methods that Israel has been using for years and years and years to basically map out Hezbollah's leadership and follow their movements. And one thing that I want to actually ask you about that I saw in this Financial Times article, Elijah, I'm going to read this part because I kept thinking to myself, why now?
Yeah.
Like, okay, so Israel's had all this intelligence. Why now? In the financial piece, it suggests that there was a lot of not just surveillance,
what was Mossad doing?
Place. It says, for more than 10 months, Israel and Hezbollah traded cross-border fire since October. While Israel killed a few hundred of Hezbollah's low-level operatives, the vast majority of them within a slowly expanding theater of the conflict, stretching a few kilometers north of the border. That appears to have lulled Nasrallah into thinking that the two arch rivals were involved in a new sort of brinksmanship, with well-defined red lines that could be managed until Israel agreed to a ceasefire in Gaza with Hamas, allowing Hezbollah an off-ramp that would allow it to agree to a ceasefire with Israel. So I'm just curious if you can speak to that. I mean, do you agree with that, first of all, that Israel must have had?
Exactly. Many money. And honestly, we, the West, you're British, I'm sorry. I'm kidding. Need to stop interfering with wars apart from defending each other. Yeah, like you literally your country colonized the entire planet, and now, you know, your people are complaining about immigrants. Like, okay, if you didn't want immigrants, why did you steal our fucking resources? Now we are our countries are poor. You know, those countries are poor, and now they need to go to richer places to find opportunities, because literally the British sacked everything everywhere, you know. Funny, but now I'm coughing up a lot. I'm sorry that you're
this
British.
Intelligence about these people's movements. It's
Kidding,
been
I'm
following
kidding,
for a very long time, in very technologically advanced ways that I don't think any of us really understood was happening, obviously. And then they decided to hit the trigger now, after basically tricking Hezbollah and a lot of us in the world for the last, 10 months, 11 months, almost 12 months.
It's important to understand the entire military dynamic to be able to come close to the reality, what's happening and why, and how Israel managed to discover the places, etc., bomb the missile and all that. Since the 7th of October, Hezbollah has been engaged the following day, on the 8th of October, in supporting Gaza. Because the whole world gave up on Gaza and everybody's watching the civilians killed and nobody's doing anything, the violation of international laws, the war crimes and crimes against humanity, Hezbollah moved from the human approach, saying, well, we support the Palestinian people unless Israel stops the war on Gaza. They did not say on Hamas, they said on the Palestinian population. Now, this didn't happen. Hezbollah used, according to the Israelis, around 8,000
colors, like whenever I feel bad about being American, I just remember that I'm not English. But then it's a close competition, or it's like the baddie Olympics. Are we the baddies? Yes. At least I've never been shot. Oh, damn. Well, I mean, at least, well, I don't know. I don't know about that. Sort each other out.
rockets, laser-guided missiles, and drones throughout the war. Now, what happened is that Hezbollah understands that in any war, there is a need of a lot of ammunition. Israel received more than 50,000 tons of ammunition from America on its own, without Germany, UK, France, Canada, Australia, etc. And Israel is an ammunition producer. They have manufacturing of ammunition in Israel.
Nasrallah's that's a fuck up of massive proportions. Yeah, like I think Israel is really delusional that they think that they can just do that without any repercussions. Because I mean, you know, they assassinated Hania, right? But Nasrallah, okay. Problem is, with the recent Iranian attacks, the U.S. has an excuse to fully back Israelis now. But the thing is, like, they also love profit. So if it's not gonna be profitable to back Israel, then, you know, they're not gonna. They have no resolve, right? They have no, unlike like the resistance fighters that have principles and resolve, because they're indigenous to their they really have that important aspect of like what makes a resistance, right? What makes a resistance movement effective is because they have that resolve. America just follows the money. So when it starts, you know, when just like what happened in Rhodesia, right? When Rhodesia and when the apartheid South Africa started not becoming as profitable as it used to be, it's not in the interest of the capitalists anymore, they would abandon Israel, And Israel is not helping their case. Like they just keep on doing stupid shit. Like I know that I think at one point the US was like, please don't do this, and then the US warned, I think, quote unquote advised Israel to not do certain things, but Israel did it anyway because of their hubris and their delusional, I don't know, chosen people of God shtick. I don't know if they actually even believe that. They're just fucking a bunch of psychopaths. So I don't know. Oh my god, I did a funny. So also, well done on doing politics without all the hate. I mean, it's refreshing. I'm just talking about like the actual thing, like, and also I'm if you don't know, I'm a communist. So just be forward. This Twitch channel is very leftist. All of my chatters are very leftist too. Like my regular chatters are quite leftist. So yeah, don't be shocked. But yeah, like to me, I just discuss these things with like, with a level-headed kind of assessment. But at the same time, I joke a lot, okay? But I don't really, I punch up. I don't punch down. You know what I'm saying? I'm just worried that Israel decides to go war with Iran because that would be so deadly for both sides. I trust Iran would win, but it would be so costly for them. I have friends from there, and I'm worried for them. Yeah, of course. Like, it will be really really devastating if it will become a full-blown regional war. But the thing is, do we have any other option to make Israel stop what it's doing right now? What is the other option? Like at this point, I think the Hezbollah fighters were like welcoming the ground invasion that Israel was preparing, the quote unquote preparing that actually was foiled, right? They got their asses handed to them. So, okay. I guess they're gonna go back into bombing civilian infrastructure and call it a military victory because everybody in Lebanon is Hezbollah, much like how they made the premise that they have with like bombing, leveling 66% of civilian infrastructure in Gaza as like Hamas or whatever. Like what the fuck, Since U.S. dock workers are on strike, guess there will be no profit for a long time for America. Yeah, for real. Yeah, actually, this still work if it's for military purposes. Would be nice if war wasn't profitable. Yeah, for real. Like I think the only thing that's holding the Israeli economy at this point, because their tourism is fucked. Their tourism industry is fucked. Like all of their tech startups, all their small businesses are fucked. Basically, they're all closed down. Their economy is going down the toilet. So the only thing that's holding the Israeli economy right now is the arms manufacturing. Camarada JX, a good day to burn Israel. Okay, right. Yeah, I mean, I agree. Also, hello, Aiden. Hello thanks for dropping by. Communism isn't inherently bad, just usually mismanaged, but that's like any other government. Yeah, that's good that you understand that. Like, I mean, communism anyway is like the abolition of states. So I think you're thinking about socialism. like how it's being implemented on a state. But my principles are very much communist. I don't want governments either. But in order for us to achieve a stateless society, we have to struggle through it, through implementing socialism first. That's, most communists believe that's the way. I'm immune to lead at this point. Damn. Okay. Of course, not like I don't blame the resistors for fighting back at all. Yeah. Hey, Juchi Gang, let's go. In the mind of Israel, Gaza is equals Hamas and Lebanon is Hezbollah. Exactly, Eustace. Like that's exactly what they want. Like that's exactly what they want the West to believe as well. Like Israel is framing it in a way that we bombed 66% of Gaza and the civilian infrastructure in Gaza because Hamas. Like fuck you, bitch. Okay. Like, I mean, it would work for like the gullible schmucks in the West, but that's like, that's the US citizens, that listen to whatever the fuck or support whatever the fuck Israel says are useful idiots at this point, Israel is banking on that ignorance. Like, I think half of the Israeli supporters couldn't even point Israel in a map. I probably, yeah. I'm 90% sure they don't even know where Israel is in a map. But yeah, I guess they can't because literally, technically, Israel shouldn't exist. It doesn't exist. It's in the minds of the colonizers. What the fuck, Twitch? I'm subbed. The fuck off with the ad. Oh my god, really? How do you remove the ads? A bomb in every kitchen and every garage. Exactly. An excuse to kill every household. Yeah, it's so stupid. Like the way, like the speech that Netanyahu gave, like it's just so infuriating. Like, okay, what the hell? Who actually believes that? Who with the right mind would believe what Netanyahu says at this point? Did you ever learn what happened with those pagers exploding? I know about the exploding pagers and stuff because there was like when I was streaming, one of my chatters was also in Lebanon, was a Lebanese. I guess they're not in Lebanon. I'm not sure, but like they were Lebanese and they told me about it. The world's been scary. Exactly. What, you ever have that stream with Comrade Nikki? I don't know if I missed it or not. I didn't have it yet because actually, like, I wanted to have it like sometime this week, but Comrade Nikki is on a vacation with her family on Singapore, like in Singapore right now. So maybe next week. And also, like, I'm gonna be preparing for the debut of my the model reveal of my new model. I have a new flesh suit. I have a new skin suit. I have a new anime girl skin suit coming in November. And also, if you're not aware yet, we're gonna be dropping some merch. Okay, so if you're into hoodies, I guess we're trying to get some caps as well and beanies. Hopefully we can do beanies, but we're still trying. But for sure, there are hoodies. So, hoodies and shirts. And posters and charms. Yeah, no. Much like, very much similar to the last merch drop that we did in February this year. From, during my birthday. So, yeah. Socialism, communism, it's all the same system. No, I don't think you understand what socialism and communism is. If you talk about socialism and communism like that, I don't think you have an understanding of what it is actually. With different levels of privilege, no, I don't think you understand at all. What? No, I'm not to be, not to be condescending or whatever. That's literally not what socialism and communism is. Literally not. No. It's socialism doesn't work any better or worse. No. No. Socialism is it's just a relationship with the means of production. The workers' relationship with the means of production. But I guess you're right. The isms don't humans create things, create labor, right? But it's just the isms determine who gets paid. Okay, in capitalism, the capitalists get paid, but in socialism, the workers get paid. They dictate the value of their labor. Israel citizens. I think Mini Money, if you understand what, like if you remove the preconceived notions that you have about communism, if you just understand it for what it is, I think you would actually be more agreeable or would agree with it more, because the principle of it is very simple. Like Eustace says, socialism is worker control of the means of production. Basically, it's just your relationship with the means of production. Let's see. But that's a discussion for it. If you want to learn and understand about it more, I already did a socialism 101 and on Twitch, and you can check out the VOD like on YouTube, on my Twitch VOD channel. So if you want to look at that, you could, but nobody's gonna. I'm not forcing you what to do, whatever. But I just implore you, if you want to like have a discussion with us here, like, it would probably be better to understand what we actually mean, so that we are on the same page, so we can discuss it better rather than like have, some terms and definitions that are not laid out on the table. Because I think my education is flawed at best. I mean, we all do, like, honestly, like I was not born a socialist. Okay, I did not just grow, like, I was born from a very conservative family. So, but they're not like, they're very I guess not really super right wing either, but they're just like, typical Asian household, So, like, yeah, very patriarchal also. So I did not pop out of the womb, being the way I am right now. I struggled with it, I educated myself, took my time, did my due diligence of reading things and understanding history from the perspective of the oppressed. That's the most important thing, actually. So you can look at situations like geopolitics with more like nuanced approach, I guess. Like a nuanced view. It's not just like, oh, like West good and everyone else who defy the West bad, That's how Western media depicts everything that goes against Western imperialism. That's why they label everyone as terrorist. But anyway, Mini Money, thanks for subscribing with Prime. But yeah, I mean, you know, like it takes time. So like I ask you to just have an open mind and maybe like, you know, because our mind, I know that our minds, like the human mind, like it likes to like, you know, we like to stick to the things that we're comfortable with or what we're used to. So just you know, just have an open mind. Walls got cooked last night. What? Who is Walls? What radicalized you, life? Exactly. I was born in a religious family, so I get it, right? That Che Guevara piece you recommended was very good for something like this. Right? I know, right? Exactly. Socialism and man in Cuba. My dad is a right-wing narcissist, so I understand my view is a bit warped. I try to make my own opinions now, so I agree that our news is very biased. Yeah, okay, at least you have that understanding that the Western media, you know, does a lot of like manipulative shit, you know? Very disingenuous, dishonest journalism. Tim Walls? Tim, oh, okay. Wait, why are you a monitored suspicious user? Like you appear, JR, you appear in my, in my stream manager, interface, like, it says monitored suspicious user. Wait, what? Because I speak the truth and I got banned by leftists. Well, I am a leftist. What are you doing in my chat? Tim Walls? I don't, okay. Tim Walls is, wait. I don't like Walls either. Like, is that the Kamala vice president running mate? Because I'm so done with like American electoral politics. Okay, I don't like that guy either. I don't like the Democratic Party, okay? If people I don't think y'all understand how much communists hate the two-party system. We don't have a skin. We don't have like a fucking horse in the race, okay? No, we can agree there. Okay. I guess wait, I think you're mistaking leftists for liberals. Yeah, like most communists and socialists hate both parties, except for American left, quote unquote, leftists that are, you know, somehow now defaulting to Kamala. Like, okay, what happened to your principles, dog? What the hell? He's fallen in line with Kamala's bullshit. I don't really know that guy. I don't know what he does, what he is. So you're like Hasanabi? I get. Did you see the tag? I put Hasanabi in my tag. Not really. I don't. I have like some disagreements with Hasanabi. Well, yeah. Okay, so I guess I just ban you then. Just kidding. I don't know. You haven't done anything yet. So. Yeah, I'm kidding. But what why are you in my chat? What do you want to what do you want out of this conversation? What do you want out of this exchange? Okay, you don't know either. Want me to leave? I don't know. I mean, you waltz in here. You're free to leave if you don't want to talk to us here. I mean, now you know that I'm a communist, so I don't know. I don't know, dog. Live your life. All right. Where are you from? What do you mean? Okay. I used to hate Hassan, but really came around. Why did you hate Hassan? Were you like a libertarian? I live in Japan. I started out in my youth being super right wing, like borderline fascist. Holy shit, okay. He's not wrong though. All right, bye. Death to America. I'm kidding. Not really though. I think most colonized people wish for America's demise. I mean, it's not like, you know, it's not what do you call this? It's not a surprising thing. Like, what do you think? What did you expect would happen if you just like build military bases everywhere? Hassan has said multiple times that America deserved 9/11. He's a piece of shit. Ooh. Bye. Because of fake leftist discourse about him. I like Hassan, but I disagree with some shit he says, but that's like just life, to be honest. He's on the right side of the Palestinian issue. I mean, yeah. Like, there are some stuff that he says, or like his assessment on things that I'm like, okay, could use, like, you could review that a little bit better. But on the most fundamental things, I Hassan and I kind of agree. Like, the most insidious thing is American patriotism. Like, okay, literally your country is built on the backs of Native Americans and black slaves, okay? Like, what are you so proud about? My God, you should be ashamed of America. The thing is too, like, like, if you're like an imperial colonizing country, if you're like from an imperial core country like Great Britain, or what do you call this, America, or, you know, any fucking like any in West Europe, okay? Those are, like, you know, the OG colonizers, the French, the Dutch, the Portuguese, the Spanish, right? Like, if you're from any of those countries, you shouldn't be, like, the nationalism that comes out of that is fascism, you know? But the thing is, if you're from an oppressed, from like a colonized nation, it's important for you to have that kind of nationalism in order to assert yourself and decolonize your mind, you know? American military be literally everywhere but America. Exactly. Like, where were they when the hurricane struck? Like, okay, what are you doing, like, in, for example, in Japan? Like, what the fuck are you doing in Okinawa? Bitches? Well, like, what the hell? Like, they also have, like, the US military personnel time and time again commit sexual assault Like they sexually assault the local women in Okinawa. That's why like a lot of Okinawans are protesting against the US base in Okinawa. There's lots of like sexual cases of sexual assault committed by US military in Okinawa. Plus the thing is, America, the American US like the US military is one of the most like one of the biggest contributors to pollution. Right? Like okay, support your troops to like fucking burn the planet. Like okay, what the fuck? Like you shouldn't be proud to be American. I think people should be ashamed to be American. Like if you are a Native American, yes, you should be proud to be like a Native American. But if you're like, damn. Especially like in I'm not going to say more, but yeah. Maybe check out the Green Party. I mean, yeah, I could. That I mean, with the choices that we have right now, like, I guess the Green Party is the next best thing. I don't know, or the least thing that Americans could like choose. And also, Viga, thank you so much for resubscribing for 2 months. I like that the leftist streamers I watch disagree, though in this case I don't watch Hassan much. Yeah, I mean their disagreements are common. Like I think it should be a thing, like you can't just agree with everything all the time. That's life, But the thing is the fundamental stuff like human rights, right? Like self-determination, like not killing children, maybe. Not expropriating, like not exploiting people of their labor, not exploiting colonized countries, like countries in the global south of their natural resources, right? Opposition against imperialism, I guess those things are really damn important that I cannot. Those things are so fundamental that I don't think I would ever be friends with people who are okay with imperialism. No. I'm just not in. We don't need to be friends, Why would I want to be friends with people who sympathize with colonizers? Death to America is a popular phrase in the global south. I think that's a thing Americans don't exactly like. The one was like that guy was complaining about Hassan saying that the 9/11 deserve it. I don't think the people deserved it, but America's ego deserved it. The hubris, because I think that was the first time in a very long time that America was attacked on its own soil, right? All they do is attack other people in other countries. That was the first time in a long time that they got attacked in their own soil, by a quote unquote foreign entity, if we're going with that. I've generally I've generally got over wait. I don't agree with any party on the important issues. Yeah, I mean they all suck, dude. Yeah. I like that the leftist streamers I watch or disagree. I've generally got over inter-leftist fighting. Like we're all out of power and on the back foot. We're all exactly. Like to me, I don't really care as much right now. Like what your like micro tendencies are, because those things are not important at the moment, right? Like we could argue later when when the capitalists are on the ground. You know what I mean? That's literally not important at the moment, okay? I just want to know the basic things, you know, like do you agree that Palestinians have the right to self-determination, etc., you know? You can be oppressed by your own country. It's not unusual. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Actually, who are Hasanabi? Hasanabi is a really big streamer on Twitch. He does leftist content. He does a lot of political commentary. And fighting against his chat. Okinawa should be as free as anywhere else. Freedom men come. Yeah, it was what I'm saying. Like, why is America in there? Like, by being like America, like an American base being in Okinawa is it's fucking military occupation. Oh shit, I didn't hear about that, but that's not even surprising that US. Yeah, exactly. Everywhere the US military goes, there's a lot of sexual assault that happens. Also, they get absolved by it. Like they just get absolved by what they do. They take no accountability for what they do. It's a miserable thing. It's a miserable thing being a U.S. ally. Because basically, our government, the Japanese government can't do anything about the sexual assaults. You know, because they cannot try. Like they can't. What do you call this? They can't prosecute those people because they're under the U.S. military. To be fair, you don't have to base your pride on politics. Community is a big one for most. Yeah, I mean, yeah. There's a mixture of both. You can't really separate politics from community though. Nothing exists in a vacuum. Everything is political. Whether you recognize it or not, you're always a product of the politics around you, you know? I feel like there can be a difference between nationalism and patriotism. As like small colonized groups and people are in larger countries can have pride for their culture and nation without any ideas. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. I think like in America, like American patriotism is just white supremacy with a bald eagle and hamburgers. Third world nationalism and imperialist nationalism are two way different things. Yeah. Those are way different things. Yeah, and Stalin talked about it in the question of was that a question of nationalism? What book was that? I forgot. It was a long time ago. The nationalism question, I guess. Yeah, Marxism and the national question. There we go. This is a long time ago. But I think Stalin touched on that subject. There are people who call themselves leftists or communists and bad for imperialism. I think that's usually that usually happens for like, you know, people in imperial core, you know, because they don't really understand, like especially if they haven't based like, or they haven't integrated learning theory with decolonization. Yeah, they usually end up like they usually end up like sounding like a CIA psyop, you know? Yeah. Like those motherfuckers who are like who say that they are communists but then dismiss the DPRK, and I'm like, okay, I'm is this okay, nice try, FBI. Or people who are like pro Palestine, but when you mention the DPRK, they'd be like, "Oh, no." I'm like, okay. These two groups of people are literally have literally the same goal, you know? Facts like, as soon as we get rid of capitalism and imperialism, then we can have an argument about how we implement socialism. Exactly. Like right now that's not the priority. Mana, why do you always have ExxonMobil ads? I can't control that shit. Everything is political. Yeah. It must be miserable being a US ally. It's crazy. The rose-colored glasses we Americans see with, yeah, exactly. It's basically occupation by another name. If you're a US ally with multiple military bases. Exactly. That's what South Korea is. That's what Japan is. The fuck? Japan is just a US puppet basically in the Eastern Front. If someone is in a certain country, they should be under their laws. My house, my rules. But apparently American can be like, your house, my rules. Exactly. That's what Israelis are too. I think it's just called the national question, yeah. Trotskyists do that a lot. They support Western capitalism because they claim that all existing socialist states are state capitalism, which is a really juvenile take. Yeah, it's really I don't get Trotskyists. I don't understand their anything because like they're all like skewed. Like, what do you mean, bro? Like like March said, like, why are you batting for imperialists, bitch? It's also the people that are pro-Palestine but try to denounce the resistance in any way. Exactly. Like, they're like, oh, but do you condemn Hamas? No, I don't condemn Hamas. They're literally one of the very few groups that are fighting for the Palestinians. What do you mean? Free Palestine but no violent resistance. Yeah, because that's exactly how the Haitian Revolution, became successful. The Haitians just told the French colonizers to be like, you know what, this hurts. Can we like have a group therapy session so that we can like talk about our feelings, and have like a what do you call this? Non-violent confrontation, and then we can just all hold hands together and sing Kumbaya. Yeah, that's totally how the Haitian Revolution happened. For real. Also, hello, Auntie Folk Really. Trotskyism is just white supremacy with a red paint. Yeah, okay, yeah, that sounds really... Yes, Viga, I'm talking about the French again. I tried to ridicule the French as much as I could when I have airtime. I think it's my duty to use my platform to ridicule the French as much as I can. I love it. Thank you. Yeah. Totally. Because the thing is, like, right, you know this, right? That your country, you know, because the French are a bunch of like sore ass bitter losers. They demanded, because they, you know, they lost their slaves. They demanded that Haitians pay them reparations. Like, the fuck, think about the fucking audacity. Like, okay, like, okay, so you're not gonna be my slave anymore, but like, what am I gonna do with my businesses? All right, we're losing money. Pay me. Yeah, I know, right? I think your ancestors are fucked, dog. Like, goddamn. Also, maybe off topic, did you hear the news of German nationals being told to leave Iran by the German government? I haven't read about that. Really? I guess they should, you know. They sent their army to prevent one of their colonies from freeing itself, right? Like in Papua. As someone from Haitian descent, I will always support France slander. Hey, yo, let's go, Eustace. That is so that it's so funny because you so happen to have Haitian Haitian ancestry, and then I have a French in the chat. Yeah, that's yes. Always support French slander. I mean, even the French love it. So, I mean, it's been approved by Viga. So, I guess, you know, it's my free pass to talk shit about the French. All right, I think we've steered so much from this already. Like, I wanna go back to watching this.
Therefore, for Hezbollah to imagine that Israel can wage war on Lebanon, Hezbollah needs a lot of ammunition, and perhaps with the Israeli air dominance, Israel can close the border between Lebanon and Syria. Therefore, they need a lot of ammunition to store in the country just in case Israel wants to start a war. And there are two levels of storage. One is under the ground, and another one is above the ground. While Hezbollah was using more than 8,000 drones, missiles, rockets, they need a refill. And this is where, with the satellite, with the electronic intelligence, with the drones, 24 hours, 7 above Syria and Lebanon. And I'm talking here about 9 satellites that are static above the area, including the British and the Americans and the Israelis. They see the movement of ammunition and where these have been stored. So therefore, it is easy for them to go after these warehouses and bomb and destroy them. But whatever they have managed to destroy is again above the ground, what was stored as an additional ammunition to what Hezbollah has. And then
not
when
a bad
the Israelis
suggestion,
decided to start a war, they felt confident that there was a rule of engagement established by Hezbollah, that Hezbollah and Israel would fight within 7 to 8 kilometers along the borders only, and the internal front will not be touched on both.
Okay, as if like, okay, Hezbollah is like giving Israel so much benefit of the doubt that it's ridiculous. Do you really think that these motherfuckers respect anything at all? Like, they've been committing war crimes galore since last year. Okay, it's been a year of them committing war crimes every day. I mean, I guess, you know, for the last 76 years, they've been committing war crimes. But like, how? Like, what did you think that right now they would follow rules of engagement? Like, damn. Forget about it.
Sides. Israel will not bomb civilians, and the Israelis would do exactly.
Okay, so that totally happened, right? Totally, the Israelis did not bomb civilians, right?
Same. There were violations of the Israelis in different occasions, but something that can be within the acceptable condition that Israel allowed itself to cheat a little bit by killing around 60 civilians in the first 11 months, which
Jesus
is
Christ.
something that was accepted as collateral damage by Hezbollah and did not consider that.
We are watching the breakthrough news with Rania Khalek. She's talking with Elijah Magnier about the attacks, the Israel attacks in Lebanon that killed Nasrallah. You know, do you know Hassan Nasrallah, right? The leader of Hezbollah. He got assassinated from that.
Is an incentive to start bombing the Israeli civilians. But then Israel felt that it needs to see Hezbollah's missile.
Mm-hmm.
And then they saw that they can destroy all Hezbollah's missile capability. They know where the leaders are, the commanders are, and they can go after them because they have enough human and geospatial intelligence. They have electronic intelligence. They have human intelligence. They have people on the ground, and they can monitor everything.
Mm-hmm.
And because of that high capability, they felt confident they can go to war against Hezbollah and then take the lead to destroy the Hezbollah capability and nothing else. So what they have
right, human intelligence, as if
started is they've started with the sabotage attacks on the pager the first day, the second day,
the pager shit, like,
and then
there was no military victory from that, because like, did they actually take out any Hezbollah leaders from the pager attacks? Like, they just blinded a bunch of civilians and killed a bunch of children. What the fuck?
Killing the leaders and telling Hezbollah in their acts, we're not attacking civilians. Of course, attacking a leader resulted in killing 8 civilians and wounding 85. That is Fuad Shukr. And then they developed to other civilians, other objective, military objective, but always in building where there are civilians and triggering the death of many civilians. But for the Israelis, their pretext is we hitting only military targets and the rest are collateral damage. But then suddenly they shifted. And from one day to another, they open fire, they start bombing all the Hezbollah members in the south of Lebanon in their homes, where there are their children, their wife, their parents, their grandparents, because families live together in the south of Lebanon. And this is where they inflicted a very large number of civilians that are not considered collateral damage, because intentionally, the Israelis allowed themselves to kill 1 operative and 10 civilians, but 1 commander and 100 civilians. That is an Israeli rule that nobody is supposed to abide by. This is a crime against humanity,
exactly.
A war crime. But
yeah.
they really consider themselves unaccountable and they can do it. And this is when
the
they
fucking
want
audacity.
The objective to kill the Hezbollah Secretary General. Now, I can share some insightful information that I have not published yet about how they killed Sayyid Nasrallah, if that is part of your questions.
Please, yeah.
The place that they have targeted is a place known as the Command and Control from the 8th of October, run by Fuad Shukr, the person that was appointed at the head of the military operation in support of the Palestinians. And he went to this place on a very regular basis. So the Israelis saw that place. And it is not always something that the Israelis do when they see a high value target.
Like, okay, the pager thing just went to randos. There's like no way to tell who'd get the pagers before. Exactly. Before they blew up, like, how did they know? Man, the stuff that was just plain terrorism. The stuff that they admit to and lie about to make themselves look better is evil, let alone the stuff they actually do. Yeah, like they are comically evil. Like I don't like they're like a comic book villain at this point, you know?
in the hope that they can see a higher value target. And when they killed Fuad Shukr, they did not kill him in the operational room. They killed him in a flat on the seventh floor in a building where he was staying. So they gave the impression that the other place was not discovered and
Right.
that they did not bomb it. And that perhaps was a lack of attention from Hezbollah that needed to change all the places when the Israelis started to bomb everything. But it's not easy to start shifting a whole infrastructure that is prepared for a war
Mm.
and then improvise something when you have all the Israeli jets in the sky 24/7 and you have drones 24/7 above the suburb of Beirut and the south of Lebanon, and then you have the support of the Americans and their allies. Improvising
The Joker would be like, "Whoa, chill, relax. What's wrong with you?" They're like a country from colonial times brought into current time. Yeah, I think not just Israelis, but the entirety of Imperial West is stuck in the Middle Age. Like they don't know how to like make foreign relations without resorting to neo-colonialism, you know? Like they don't like for example, China has established trade relations with other like with African nations without having to have like a military base. Or I guess if I'm mistaken, like I don't know, without having like the US without having the same tactics that the US does, you know? Or the IMF does. Well, they're all the same. As
something
far as I'm concerned, they're all the same entity anyway. It's like the collective Imperial West, you know? NATO, the US, etc., etc.
new cost a lot of money, and it is not something that the Israelis or the watchers will not see.
Right? Yeah, GMO radio. It's so funny that after the Iran strikes, all those military targets, etc., Israelis are like, you didn't kill anyone, fail. Exactly. That was the point. The point was to dismantle the military infrastructure. because for them, victory for them is death of civilians, like thousands of civilian casualties. They don't understand what actual military victory is. That's why they have none since. What have they eliminated Hamas? I don't think so. What was their point in going to Gaza except for killing babies?
This is where the Israelis waited because they saw a movement similar to the movement around Sayyid Nasrallah when he moved around like the head of his office, the head of his security, etc. And then they were able to put the dots together. But what is worrisome is they said they've used information from the unit 9,900, 9,100, and 504, which a combination of human intelligence, visual intelligence, and electronic intelligence. So they had the visual, they had the human intelligence, and they had the electronic. And the combination of all three gave the information and the confirmation that the what they call the golden target is in the cage.
Yeah.
This is where they gave the operation a go, which took several hours because it needs a preparation. We're talking about a squadron of 42 jets with 85 bombs of 1 ton and an escort to these jets, etc., and to go and target this specific location to make sure that no one will remain alive.
And that's where you get the 85 bombs, including U.S. supplied bunker buster bombs and all the jets and the entire operation, which people have probably read about, you've written about. And I just want to say a couple things before I ask the next question, Elijah. First of all, I know I shouldn't respond to trolls, but I just see someone making really obnoxious comments about Rania ran away from Lebanon. And I just want to say to that, I actually came here before all this started, but also how dare anybody demand anybody stay in a place Israel's bombing?
Yeah,
because as we've seen, Israel is a psychotic country that is willing to kill 300 civilians to assassinate one person.
Yeah.
And is currently genocided Gaza and is trying to extend that to Gaza. So it's really not up to some idiot in a comment section to try to talk about somebody's bravery or lack of it, because they're not in a place that Israel's carpet bombing.
Bitch, if they're going with by that logic, that Netanyahu was literally flown out of Tel Aviv yesterday. Okay, the fuck. And it's even worse because he's a leader. Rania is a journalist. She's a civilian. What the fuck? Hamas still there doing operations, so they didn't even do their exactly. They, like I said, there were 300. What? How many? Like let's just say like 360 days of like, you know, their siege in Gaza, and they still have not eliminated Hamas. They have no military victories whatsoever. All they accomplished is leveling 66% of the civilian infrastructure and killing about 40,000 babies. Like, the fuck? 40,000 children? The hell? Most, like, majority of which are like haven't even reached like 1 year old. Like that was like the most devastating information I've ever heard, that these children have never even reached 1 year old. Like, what the fuck, bro? I don't think that anyone should forgive Israel for that. They should answer to their crimes. Bro, you can't tear down an organization such as Hamas or Hezbollah by just killing one dude. Like, one chief dies, they just choose another. Exactly. And the thing is, like, they all don't you think that these movements already know that? You know, like, they know that once they're in the leadership position, they've accepted that position knowing that they're gonna be taken out. You know? The fuck? Time to go to class. Thank you for the stream, Anna. Take care. Bye, Aiden. Have a good day, class. Will Jisrael back off with enough of the show of force, or will the fascist death drive into an even larger war? I think they will do a fascist death drive. Have you seen what they've been doing? Like, literally. They are just fighting at all fronts right now. They're fighting in Gaza. They're fighting in South Lebanon. They're also trying to fight, I don't know, whoever else. They're trying to intercept Iranian missiles, I guess, to no avail, I guess. Can I have the link to this video? Okay, hold on. I will link to you, Aiden. There you go. Nathan running like a bitch. Yeah, he was running like a bitch. Run, fascist, run. Like, that was like, what was the point of posting that? That was embarrassing. What? I think the only purpose for that is to garner sympathy from the West. Like, no other. Like, he's willing to embarrass himself just to get sympathy from the West.
Anyways, I'm going to leave that there. Mm-hmm. But what I do want to say is I think a lot of people are oscillating between two feelings on this, Elijah. And one is, you know, for the last year now, before all this started, Hezbollah did seem to have a form of strategic deterrence against Israel. At least everybody felt it. And it gave people in a lot of Lebanon, obviously not in the southern villages, but a feeling of safety. And that's been a bit shattered at this moment, because at this moment, it feels very much like Israel's kind of omnipotent. Like they just know everything. They could get to Hassan Nasrallah. They know and see where everyone is. And it's quite a scary prospect, you know? Even my own family is becoming more uncomfortable, even just communicating over the phone to tell us if they're okay. Because they don't know what Israel's watching, because everyone feels like Israel's watching everything, and maybe they are. There's also a feeling, I think, among people that, you know, the Israelis are somehow like made of titanium or something, and we're made of paper. So they can just kill like 100 of us like it's nothing, and we die so easily. And then they have this iron dome that protects them, and they can't be touched. And so to that, I want to ask you, you know, all this time, and you and I have done episodes on this before where you've explained Hezbollah's capabilities. So I guess here's where I want to start with this. Israel has obviously taken out a significant portion of Hezbollah's senior leadership. And obviously some mistakes were made, and I'm sure there's a reckoning about that, and hopefully a reflection on that among the resistance Axis leadership or whoever's taking over at this point. But all that's to say, how degraded are they? Are they like, what are their capabilities still? Israel took out leaders, very important figures. We cannot deny that there have been massive blows, and Lebanon is in a catastrophic situation right now. And everybody's wondering, where is this capability we heard about Hezbollah's ability to hit back? And what's the response going to be, if they're even capable of one?
The reaction is normal. People are not expert in warfare, and perhaps they did not live enough wars to understand that we are just at the beginning, only 2 weeks. The war started with a pager, really. And then with a pager, there were one hit after another. That's one. Two, the Israelis have the air superiority and dominance. And I've written several weeks ago that Israel had 13 to 15,000 targets to bombard. And when they finish their bank of objectives, Hezbollah will react. It turned out that I am wrong, because actually Israel has only 3,500 targets, not 13,000, because today they said, we've done it. That's great. Which means that when there is an air dominance, people don't go out and open their warehouses and start firing against Israel, offering to Israel a new and updated bank of objectives. On the contrary, you've done your job, you're finished, you show everything you have, now you feel the victory, great. Did Israel occupy Lebanon? Did Israel declare that Hezbollah has been defeated? On the contrary, the Lebanese and the world is watching and saying that Hezbollah has been defeated, while the Israelis are saying 10% of Hezbollah's capability has been destroyed. We're talking about 10%. So after carpet bombing Lebanon for 2 weeks, all bombarding all these capabilities, all the families of the militants and the militants, they've managed to come out with a total, since the beginning of the war, around 1,700 people who were killed.
Damn.
Is this all what Israel can do in terms of war? I'm not encouraging or undermining the number of killed or the number of targets destroyed. On the contrary, if Israel is right, then the invasion will happen in the next few days. And that will be it. Israel will walk into Lebanon, and then it can occupy the area that it wants.
To be fair, this was 2 days ago, and they tried entering South Lebanon, and like I said, they were, you know, they failed miserably, which is good. Anyway, let's read more in the comments. And the what do you call this? The chat. I love that I get to. Okay, the German nationals were already told to leave Iran, so it seemed like there's going to be a larger war. Okay, so is Germany going to send their troops? I think most, like, I don't know. Hopefully not. Hopefully also there would be a protest against like getting sent there. You know, a military protest for these nations. The average victim urged to invade. The average victim urged to invade 3 countries at the same time. Exactly. Thank you. Bye for real. Bye, Eden. Malcolm X once said something like, I consider myself as dead for about 20 years. Like, there is an acceptance of martyrdom inherent in these exactly. Yeah. And I know that the leaders in all of the resistance groups already have that, like, embedded in their psyche. You know, the moment that they joined, the moment that they're in leadership positions, the moment that they started to fight for their people, they already have that possibility in mind. And that's why, you know, like, even if you kill one leader, that person can just easily be replaced. Like, not to say that they are, you know, they are, like, what do you call this, disposable, but that's how it works, you know. So that's why they already have another person lined up that could like take the mantle of responsibility, which is big L, you know, for Israel, because they can't kill the movement. They can kill people, but they can't kill ideas, bitch. How many times do we have to tell you this, old man? I don't even feel safe buying a fucking phone after what happened. That is true. Like, my phone is still like an iPhone 11 from 20. I bought this when I started VTubing, because my iPhone 8 couldn't. Oh no, was it iPhone 7? I think it was an iPhone 7. Okay, my iPhone 7 could not do face tracking. So I had to buy like something about like some from iPhone 10 plus, like iPhone 10 above. And I happened to just like come across iPhone 11 at the time. I'm like, okay, this is reasonably priced for what I'm about to do. So yeah, that's like, I think that would be my last iPhone purchase. Like, I don't think I'm just gonna wait for my iPhone to like croak, you know. I'm really thinking about switching to Android, to be honest. But we'll see. No, 9 heads of Hydra, yeah. It's scary, but it gives me hope for a good future. Actually, you know what? I actually, after what happened yesterday, it gave me a lot of hope, you know? That finally somebody is standing up against Israel. Because, like, they're very, like, they're just a psychotic nation that's just killing everyone. That they killing everybody whose land they want to take, you know? I think it's more Israel telling the West we're going to strike Iran hard. The shell thing reminded me of an episode happened in my town back to the Nazi period. People here fucking stoned them until they ran away. That's good. Bruh, imagine being a foreign country and being asked to fight for Israel. Yeah, exactly. Bravery, acceptance, not Netanyahu, apparently. Yeah. My Android's from 2019. Yeah, I don't think, like, as long as your phone is working properly, I don't think nobody should have to buy phones every year. What the fuck? It's just such a excessive. I don't even have a name for it. Like, what do you even call that? Why do you need to do that? The fuck? Just so wasteful. And what? For what? People are starving out here and barely able to live paycheck to paycheck, and politicians want them to support Israel. Exactly. Not Indonesia, by the way. We are as far as supporting Israel as can be. Yeah, that's good. Sure, that's pissing me off. Yeah. I still have an iPhone 12 and I'm using it till it physically melts. Yeah, same. Craig Bino, like, I literally only wanted to buy like a new iPhone because of its utility for you know, for the VTubing thing. But apart from that, like, man, okay, I'm not really into the, like, I'm not. First of all, I don't like technology. As you can see, I'm a tech expert. I always have technical problems. Like, you know, do I look like someone who likes tech? Like the latest updated? No, I don't give a fuck about that. Like, I have like a really good computer because of you imps. You single-handedly funded my computer that I'm using right now. Like, it's entirely fan-based, fan-funded, okay? But I ain't out here being a gamer. Although I did say I will play some games, you know, using this, but like not really. I'm using it for writing music. And it's nice to have a really fast computer so I can just like record whenever I want to. Like when I have like an idea, I can just do it right off the bat, which is the most convenient thing ever. So, anyway, I digress. Excessive consumerism. But consumerism in and of itself is already excessive, right? Consumer culture. Right, yeah. I guess we could call it consumer culture. I'm on my third smartphone and I bought first one in like 2013. I think mine too, like, I don't know how many, I think I've only gone through like 4 smartphones in the last 10 years, you know? Yeah, I had an iPhone 4, an iPhone 5, an iPhone 7, and then now iPhone 11. That's it. That's the as far as I'm concerned, I don't need to update so much. What the fuck? Especially the new iPhone is like, you know, it's made from genocide of like Congolese people. So fuck that, which also had to do with Israelis as well. Why do Israelis have like connections in all of the genocide? Like you know, like they're so evil. Like I cannot describe how comically evil they are at this point, because all of like the genocides that are happening right now in Sudan and Congo have something to do with Israel. That's okay, Mana. We don't ask you for being a tech nerd. I've watched some videos of cops preventing people of town hit by alley from taking food from the trash containers. What the fuck? Okay. Like, if Vietnam could like respond to the disaster that happened to them, like what was that? They had like a super typhoon, right? And they were able to like provide for their people, but America can't. Once again, the Vietnamese won against the Americans in that front. America just keeps on taking L. Like, what? My God, like the Vietnamese time and time again show Americans how incompetent they are. Not the American people, but the American government, to be specific. Like, no one needs to switch phones. Exactly. Nobody needs to do that like every year. Like, just wait for your phone to like croak, you know? I've watched some video. Okay. Consumerism slaves. I only use my phone to communicate, watch some YouTube at night, and take photos of graffitis. I don't need all those fancy features. Yeah, for me, I just need to like check my socials. Because literally I have to be on the socials because I have to promote my shit. And that's it. I need Discord. I need like the social platforms to be able to like communicate to people. But that's pretty much it. Like the extent of how and also, you know, the face tracking. But that's the extent of like the utility of a smartphone in my life. We love our cool tech and wizard ant. We have like 3 phones, and every time I switch, it's only because they died. Yeah. Yeah. I get jokingly poked by my younger coworkers / friends because I'm Mr. I don't want their app on my phone. Yeah. That's true. Israel got their fingers in all the shit pies. Yeah, true. Yeah, yeah. Now that we're here, also free Congo, free Sudan, free Palestine, free Lebanon, free Iran, you know? Free Syria. Fuck Israel. That it's not an L, that's the cost of doing business, baby. Okay. And yet they still make those shitty war movies like, yeah, we invaded those poor people, but at least our soldiers felt exactly like that's the most like iffy thing about it, because like you literally went to Vietnam, bitch. You could have just sat that one out, and you stayed in Vietnam for like what, 10 years? Like in Iraq, right? 10 years? Like what the fuck? You literally didn't need to do that. And you achieved nothing. No military victory whatsoever, you fucking losers. Good luck with your PTSD, bitch. But the thing is, okay, to be honest, like I don't really because it's the war machine, right? It's the USA war machine. Like I might have been too harsh with that with that commentary. But the thing is, if you willingly, but also the thing is, if you willingly, go to these sign up for the U.S. military and willingly go to these places to like kill innocent people, I think that's the conscience is on you. You need to suffer the consequences of your actions. You can't just get away with it scot-free, you know? Like you literally chose to do this. You literally chose to carry out these fucking horrible orders in killing civilians, and you still did it anyway. Now your mental health is suffering, okay? And whose fault is that, you know? Zionists were backing apartheid in South Africa and Rhodesia. Yeah, exactly. Because colonizers see, they just help each other. I guess, South Africa and Rhodesia are gone, and Israel is next. 2 smartphones in 12 years for me. What? Really? Yeah. Exactly. It's not... The cost of being a universal rich person laundering machine. But it's me by older... it's by older people. Why does your website need to be an app? Right? Henry Kissinger, my sweet demon prince. Yeah, fuck that guy. I'm so glad he died. But the thing is, he died from a really ripe age. Like, he enjoyed his life. Like, man, that's an L. But I mean, at least he's dead. But like, man, fuck that. I cheered his death with my Spanish teacher. Let's go! Yeah, me too. That people willingly sign up to the military do need to be shamed. Yeah. I felt like a bit harsh about the mental health issue problem. But the thing is, you brought that upon yourself, you know? But then we could also, like, some people sign up for the military because of the benefits, right? But I don't know, it's pretty dodgy to me. Like, you could just like get student loans instead. I I don't know. I'm not an American. Okay, so I suspend my comment on that. Like I don't really, I don't know why people sign up for the military. Like there are so many reasons that the Americans, a lot of Americans, usually in poverty stricken areas, sign up for that. Like they're literally banking on like the working class to like fight their wars for them. Okay, so that's also something that I kind of, you know, I don't like that aspect of it. Eunice also says, hey, join the military if you want to go to college. Otherwise, the predatory loans will destroy you. So military is the only option. Exactly. They have these infrastructures in place where you can't really get even basic human rights. Like education, access to education is a human right, right? But it's so expensive, apparently. Like, it so happens to be so expensive in the US. Like the student, like the tuition fee is like like you could buy a house with those, you know. Unfortunately, he lived a long, peaceful life. I hate to think of that as a win, but yeah, I hate that. I hate that he had to live so long when the children that he killed in Vietnam. Or was it in Vietnam? Which place? Which place was it? Is it? Was it in? Uh, was it in Cambodia? Or I forgot the other where he had like direct responsibility to. Well, fuck that guy. Yeah, Vietnam and Cambodia. Yeah. I wasn't sure. Like I'm literally like I'm so sleepy because I had to like run errands today, so I wasn't sure. I just needed to make sure. Drown in student loans or drown in trauma from war. Your choice, American man. Yeah, the Americans don't have as much of a choice, which is really sad. US is targeting poor people. There's also, yeah, exactly. There's a class aspect to this. That's why as well. Like I wanted to touch on that because most of the people that they prey upon to fight their wars for them are literally working class families, you know? It's such a shame. And also, thank you so much, T Star Saucy Bottom, for resubscribing. Subscribing for 2 months. Hell yeah, let's go. 2 months of Mana Madness. Hello, let's go. Hey, yo, let's go. It's no longer education, it's an industry. Exactly. EPS. Great EP. Yeah, dude. Like I think I need to sleep early tonight because I woke up early because I ran some errands with my brother. We sent some packages. I sent I finally got to send a Veer. Okay, I promised to send her a package, but it's been like months since I was done with the packages, right? But then the packages are don't fit my bike basket, so I can't send it by myself. So I had to ask my brother to help me like send the packages. Also, hello, Curse. Thank you so much for being a subscriber for 2 months. Let's go. Oh, somebody started a hype train. Let's go. Let's go with the hype train. I don't get it, but like, okay, yeah, let's go hype train, I guess. Also, Janitor J83, thank you for subscribing. I'm back. My phone died and I couldn't reach my charger. It's okay, Mini Money. We're just talking about like imperialism. Also, not to mention they have a recruitment crisis in the US. One of my friends who got sucked into the war in Iraq told me, "Oh, really? They're struggling to recruit these days and always miss their goals. That's good. Hey, let's go. Hype train, let's go. Hype train. Hype train. Wait, what do I do with hype trains? Oh, hell yeah. Let's go, Vega. Thank you so much for the gifted subs. Damn, 10 gifted subs. We are 50% to our goal of 200 subscribers. Let's go, imps. Ayo. That's pure love. Thank you, Vega. And thanks for letting me shit on the French. You are such a good sport. Not that I need anyone's permission, but it's good to know that the French also likes to shit on the French. So that's really cool. Imperialism is only good in grand strategy games. Yeah, not on actual people. Yeah. Thank you, Vega. Yeah, and they've been having trouble with recruiting for years. I almost enlisted when I was younger. Oh God, thank you so much for not signing up. Like, God knows what they could have done to you. Imagine that. And you have to deal with like a lifetime of mental health issues. I love that. I hate my country. Okay, fair enough, Vega. It's okay to hate your country. That's definitely okay, especially if if you're from Imperial Core. It's okay to hate your country. I was going to sign up in the UK, but I wanted to learn to be an engineer, so they didn't want me. Okay. I mean, I think you should be happy that you didn't sign up, though. I think that you dodged a bullet, literally. Most French I know are good sport about it. Yeah, I guess so. I don't think there are a lot of people like me. Oh, really? Creamy Asteroid, thank you so much for 3 months at tier 1. Hell yeah, let's go. Tier 1. Neuro Riot, subscribe for 1 month and one tier. Thank you so much. Let's go. Hello, Nero. I agreed, but I'm chronically ill now, so I can't go train at all. Oh, okay. That's unfortunate. I'm sorry about that. My dad was in the Marines and it messed him up. He's got Gulf War syndrome, got shrapnel in his knee, and he saw other U.S. Marines gun down retreating Iraqi soldiers. Oof. Okay. God damn. Yeah, that's rough. I would not. I'm sorry about your dad, dude. My God. French invented nationalism and they will kill it off. Yeah. I certainly hope so. Kids nowadays don't even want to fight against poor black people just to... What is that? Just to end themselves after the service. Yeah, exactly. He was also stationed in Okinawa and other Marines did not. I know, right? I was just talking about Okinawa and the US base in Okinawa and all of the fucking sexual assaults that they did there. My God. Comrades, hello, Nero. Yeah, holy fuck, man. War is not nice. Always so much fucked up things happen all the time. I mean, yeah, no shit. War bad. Definitely. But we have to understand like why these wars are happening, right? We have to really look into it, like who's benefiting from these wars, okay? So we really need to be careful about that. Like I think we could all agree that wars are bad. But the thing is, when wars do happen, we can't just like write it off as like, okay, this bad. And like being anti-war in and of itself is like, should be the default, right? It's a default position as a human being. You don't want that. But if you just stick to that, like, oh, war bad, blah, 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 and you don't understand, we don't look into the nuance of why the war happened in the first place, and there's no class analysis, there's no historical analysis, you're gonna, we're just gonna end up being like, I don't know, like free floating hippies. You know, you're gonna end up like a hippie. You're fighting for what? Literally nothing. Like, you're just like, you have no principles. Why do you hate war exactly, right? Geneva suggestions be sounding truer every day. Yeah. Such a sad state for the U.S. military. Hope it keeps going. Yeah. Geneva Convention for thee. Geneva suggestions for me. Yeah, exactly. It's not a convention for Israelis especially. Sounded like we need to go to Okinawa and set a better example. It's not difficult to respect each other. Exactly. Geneva, not even a suggestion these days. It's a motherfucking hint. Yeah. Yeah. Color me surprised, right? You earn a hype chest. Open to see your reward. Okay. Wow, okay. I got a headbanging Twitch emote. Nice. Okay, good. Nice. The only war I'm okay with is class war. Oh, you got that right, Antifa Grilly. Yeah, the only war that we are okay with 100% 24/7 is class war. You got that fucking right. I'm surprised my dad still has his hearing considering his main job was blowing up tanks with rocket launchers. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. God damn. I've technically broken it because chemistry mistake when I was a student, but it's ridiculous. We have to have something like that to govern what people do to each other. Yeah, that's fucked up. We could try avoiding war by any means, but when war does happen, we can't just pretend like it came out of nowhere. Exactly, Eustace. If you gotta fight, do it for the good man. Yeah, a good of man. Like, if you have to take sides, you have to understand who you should be taking side with, right? If you follow the money, the profiteering generally involves the US and Israel. Yeah, exactly. That is so true, Master Noodle. To be honest, I'm both anti-war and support the axis of resistance. Yeah, you can be both. That's true. Like, that's me too. I don't like wars. But when they do happen though, you know what I'm saying? Like, we gotta support the right people. At the very least, the ones who are at the right side of history, right? My God. But I do hope that your dad is doing better, Tsar. Lockheed Martin stonk going up. Yeah. What in the nine hells is a hype train? I don't know either. When multiple people subscribe or give bits at the same time. Ooh. He's doing better. He's fit as fuck for someone who just turned 50 recently. Your dad is pretty young. Holy shit. How old are you, Tsar? It's a Twitch thing to entice people to sub or buy bits. They said that you shouldn't be giving bits to like was that like a thing where you get banned if you get bits? Don't send me bits. I don't want to get banned. A train with only hyped passengers. Zionists have blocked UN General Secretary from entering their occupation. Really? I bet most vets I know are fit as hell. I saw people mocking Iran on socials for the 0 civilian casualties. Like, what? Yeah, exactly. That's a good thing. Like, these motherfuckers only consider victory if civilians died. Do they really want, because like Iran is like, okay, we can do that too, you know? They're not doing it. They're exercising right now. Iran is exercising the most restraint ever. Iran is the adult in the room at this point. Just like a get people excited banner. Doesn't do much. Yeah, okay. This reminds me of when a lot of leftists volunteered to fight ISIS in Syria. I think the best name was the TQL Tequila. Okay. Trans Queen International Liberation Army Brigade. Oh, I didn't know that. Wait. I think I heard some who did whatchamacallit? What's that other group in the Kurds? Some people like volunteered to fight for the Kurds. How many sitting US government officials have stock in them? If you're a fence sitter, you usually get a post stuck up your ass. Yeah, that's true. That is true. I'm 29. My dad was 22 when I was born. Oh, damn. Your dad was very young. God damn. It was a glitch. Oh, it was a glitch. Okay. Queer, not queen. I mean, same. Not really that different. They blocked everyone who is helping. Haven't heard anything about the bit bans lately. I think they got it worked out. Okay. Think war crimes. Yeah, exactly. War crimes equals military victory. It's so dumb. They're dumb as fuck. They should be thankful there are no civilian casualties. And in fact, it's impressive. Like, have you seen the fucking missiles running, like raining down in Tel Aviv, and it has the least civilian casualties. Also, I'm pretty sure Iran has stopped shooting missiles. Yeah. Israel's really like, we kill more. Yeah, they think that killing more civilian, like having civilian casualties is something to be proud of. Like, I know, like a lot of y'all were celebrating when the missiles were raining down on Tel Aviv yesterday, because honestly I was too. But like I wanted to join the Iraqi street the street party in Iraq. That was really fun. That looked really fun. But I digress. When they killed a lot of civilians in Hezbollah, like in Lebanon rather, they were partying like in a fucking clubhouse. And the thing is that the video had like the chandeliers look like the red triangle, and it was foreshadowing for what was about to happen the next couple of days. I think it was just 2 days after. 2 days after they killed Nasrallah. Like they got bombed the shit out of, like, by Iran. missiles be hypersonic. But the thing is, like, some people in the West were like you know, like the fucking sycophants were like, oh, can we stop saying that these are like hypersonic missiles? I'm like, the Fatah is literally the hypersonic missiles, because like they don't want the idea that they said that we don't want like to spread the misinformation that Iran is like has you know, the tech that they actually have, like they're more advanced than they actually are. But like, those are literally, the Fatah 1 is literally a hypersonic missile. What else do you want to call it? They just didn't want, like, the idea that Iran has this capability, that Iran has this much military capability, you know. Supposedly only increases the chance of becoming like featured on homepage of Twitch. Oh, Kurds surely be having a bad time too. Yeah. Can I ask something? What could Israel do that makes the West finally have enough and stop supporting them? I don't know. At this point, I really don't know, because they've already crossed so many red lines. Like back then, like the US, like, okay, this is a red line, and then they just kept they kept shifting the goalpost. Like, I don't know what's gonna. I don't know. I don't think there is. I think that the United States would just support Israel until Israel starts to like supporting Israel starts to be not as profitable anymore. I think that's the nail in the coffin. Cuz right now the Israeli economy is you know, going in the toilet, so I guess we can just wait for that. Those missiles are fast too. They would do massive damage on civilian infrastructure. Yeah, exactly. I don't think the Iron Dome can intercept that. Like, more like Iron Don't. Sweden is sending Kurds to be their friggin' doom. And it makes me furious. Oh, for real? What the fuck? I guess attack those who support it. Stop supporting Western and global central banking. The Jisraelis build lots of bunkers though. Yeah, they did. They do have they do know that they have to, like, you know, run to their bunkers. You know, like I said, like the colonial the colonizer mindset runs deep, like runs so deep in their psyche, it's included in their infrastructure, you know. Like, who else is a nation that has, like, you know, just a bunker ready for the public? You know what I mean? Who does that? Nothing. Sozi Aqua. Israel is the West. They are a forward military base, not a separate entity. Yeah, that's a more lucid way of looking at it. Israel and the US literally is one and the same. With just like a fake hummus flavor. The Iron Dome left be the bald heads of Euro colonists. Yeah. They think they're waiting for China and Russia to tell them what next to do, and if China and Russia will send troops. For real? Hold on. Let me read back. Settlers aren't civilian anyways. You're so right, March. if you're a settler, you're effectively a combatant. You're an agitator. You're part of the occupying force. Yeah, the Kurds have Peshmerga and the People's Defense Group, which is part of the Syrian Democratic Forces. Give the Palestinians rights. Also, I'll be honest, I think Iran kind of let Israel off easy. I think they were just exercising a lot of restraint because I don't think that they really wanted a regional war, but Israel is really pushing for it, you know? I saw a video allegedly of Israel giving offshore boat tours of Gaza being. Yeah, I saw that video too. I don't know like how legit that was, but I wouldn't put that above them. You know, I wouldn't put that past them, because they're a very psychotic group of people. Have you ever encountered an Israeli? They're so unhinged. Like they're so scary. You know, like I've been to the protests, right? And we've been confronted time and time again, especially in Shibuya. Like I don't know why, but I mean, I guess because it's so popular. It's a very populated, train station. But holy fuck, man! Like they are so aggressive for no good reason. Like if you see their eyes, they have those like crazy ex-girlfriend eyes. You know, those fucking. They have that kind of like, I've killed people before, I can easily kill you now, you know, kind of look to them. Like like I said, like we encountered the Olympic judo team. There's bitches. One of them literally threatened violence against our group. There's such a bunch of like barbaric group of people that I don't understand. Like they have so much hatred in their eyes and their hearts. Like they literally cannot, they throw a temper tantrum if you don't like express solidarity with Israel. Like fuck you, you know. But yeah, that was my experience. I've never had a lucid experience with a Zionist. They think Arabs aren't capable of having advanced weaponry. Exactly. Because they think that Arabs are just like in deserts. You know? The Western mind, like, oh, what do you do in the Middle East? Just like hang out in the desert. They still hitting with kid gloves on, still showing restraint and intelligence despite it. Exactly. They're trying to like not have a regional war. And I think that's smart, because wars are expensive for the people, you know? Like they know that it's going to, the war is going to affect the people the most. So they're just trying to like do as much like damage control as possible, but then, you know, Israel does what Israel does, so they have no choice. I've seen that video before, pretty sure it's real. Yeah. Hello, Nero-chan. For the longest time, I thought your name was in katakana. It's kind of the point that they're targeting only military installation. They could take it further if they want. Exactly. Because they have a military objective. They're not just sending missiles to like fuck with them. To fuck with the people. They want to fuck with the government, you know? Not terrorize like Israelis, like the population, although they don't deserve that mercy. To be honest, For me, just a personal thing, but like, you know, I'm not a war strategist, so I don't have any opinion in this. Like, it's just my feeling but that's, you know, a feeling. It's not an informed opinion. It's a feeling. So don't take my feelings for it, okay? Like, seeing all the dead children is just, it's haunting my dreams every time. So, you know what I mean? I would want retribution personally. Yeah, true enough. Iran understands not wanting to hit civilians more. Exactly. Okay. Okay, you did cross it, fine, but don't cross this other line. They keep getting crossing, yeah. Oh, come on, man. Okay, not this one. Exactly. That's what it has been for the past year, dude. Like, exactly, Claude. Apparently 20 Zionist F-35s were destroyed. Yeah, that was the goal, right? To like cripple that base. They used the F-35s to fucking murder children, so that's a good thing. That those fucking things are destroyed. They've killed several U.S. citizens purposefully, and instead the U.S. One of its House reps speaking exactly. Molo guy. Israel treats red lines as milestones. Yeah, for fucking real. At this point, right? Am I right? Like, damn. You're so right. Like, they're milestones. Hey, we achieved so many war crimes. They're decorated war criminals. That's why Iran threatened to blow up Saudi Arabia and Qatar oil refineries, because they would hurt the U.S. and global economy. Yeah. But the U.S. is also saying the same thing, right? They would hit Iranian oil refineries, they say. Even if you buy the completely false narrative that all Palestinians are terrorists, how can you claim that weaponizing consumer electronics to murder healthcare workers is even remotely okay? Exactly. But the thing is, let's just clear the air. Palestinian resistance is not terrorism. So, yeah. They have every right under Geneva Convention to resist their occupiers with force, right? Armed resistance is completely legal under international law, right? By any means necessary. They may have to get those two countries to wake up. As Israel wants them to. Yeah. Actually, well, you know, they're very comfortable with Israel, like normalizing trade relations, like normalizing any relations with Israel. It's such a very shameful thing to do. Israel is so much of an upper hand weapons constructor. Most cybersecurity tools are made here. A lot of political reasons. I think it's not about US and EU supporting Israel because they really want to. It must be more like because of a reason. What is that reason? Profit, right? It's always the money. Albania, all hail Enver Hoxha. Switzerland have mandatory bunkers all under their homes, mainly to keep them safe if war happens. Okay. I mean, fair. I don't really know, just my opinion. Okay. Israel is a weapon testing ground for U.S. West weaponry. I think it's one of the reasons. Yeah, because like when Israel like Elbit Systems, right? Like, you know, the arms manufacturing companies in Israel, they would sell something, right, in the arms convention. And they would say battle tested. If it's branded as battle tested, it's been tested on the Palestinians. Like, that's not something that you should be proud of, dog. Like, This is genocide proof. You know, like genocide tested, bitch. The fuck is wrong with you? At least their genocide is destroying their economy. Yeah, that's good. I think it should it should keep on following that path. Irrigation us. Yeah. The what do you call this? The bad hasbara. Irrigation us. Cherry tomatoes us. Sabra Hamas. Yeah. Exactly. Krav Maga us. They're playing cover for Israel at this point, so it's free game. Israel is mandatory conscription as well. So, Mana, did you watch Lavrov's speech at the UN at 22 minutes? I haven't seen that. I've seen Israelis get their asses beat because they think they're still in Tel Aviv. Yeah, they should keep on thinking that so that they can get their asses handed to them wherever they go. I've bug-eyed Karen screeching. Yeah, Israel is one of the most openly fascist states, not only compared to others today, but like compared to all ever. Yeah, exactly. Wait, I'm so late in the chat. I mean, of course, they look unhinged. They support genocide. It was funny seeing them try to threaten dudes in Thailand who are not faced by them, even when they. Thailand, really? That's the land of Muay Thai. What the fuck were they thinking? Challenging people in the land of Muay Thai. Oh fuck, my cat's here and saying hello. Hello, cat. Hello, cat of Tsar Saucy Bottom. What's the color of your cat? And how old is your cat? Held a message for a reason, race, ethnicity. Yeah. The left in Israel are like, we don't want to kill Arabs. We just want to do ethnic cleanse. Yeah, that's like their left. Their left. That's the most left that they could get. Shalada da merp of hello. The left in Israel are like, we don't want. Yeah, exactly. They can't accept Arabs have similar capacity in anything because that undermines their white supremacy. Yeah, their racism really like makes them so arrogant that they lose sight of actual facts, right? And then they make mistakes, which is so hilarious. I mean, most science advancements that were made by Eastern scientists were claimed to be discovered by people like Isaac Newton. It's kind of stupid to think location determines how you advance with tech. Yeah, it's fucked up. She pursed to the damn mana popping off so hard. We getting bots trying to advertise view bots. Did you see Netanyahu? The reporter had to zoom in to not show his shaking hands. Yeah. I saw that the hand shaky, the shaky hands. I hope he dies in fear and pain. Yeah, I think we can all agree that he deserves like a really, a really tasteful kind of unaliving, because he there's a lot of blood in his hands. So, like, if you live by the sword, right? You know the saying, right? If you live by the sword, you die by it, So, like, funny how you have consequences to your actions, Like, he's ran away from the consequences for far too long. We all saw him poop waddle away like a scaredy bitch. Yeah, exactly. Planes are wasted in war. could use them for air shows instead. Exactly. And also like speaking of which, because of like the hypersonic missiles, like anti-aircraft missiles, right? The war in the war between Russia and Ukraine. My brother and I was like because my brother was here, like he helped me run some errands, right? We were talking about that, and he said like, yeah, like, because I haven't gotten updated about the details in Ukraine and Russia war. And he was like, oh, because of like it's useless to like use like the because of the anti-aircraft missiles and shit. Like they're back to like ground battle now. Like how much do you guys know about the current situation in Ukraine and Russia? I haven't gotten updated about it for like the longest time. All I know is like Ukraine is losing. So like I saw a video of like a Ukrainian person, like a Ukrainian young man who got like taken away because they were kind of like forced to into conscription to be cannon fodder, basically. This stream is going to attract a lot of NAFOs again. Oh my god. The Delulu fellas. The Delulu fellas. USA pretends. Why build war machines when healthcare isn't free? Exactly. They're polluted. USA pretends to have red lines as cheap rhetoric to pretend to say, "Oh no, we just keep telling them not to do a naughty, not to do a naughty." Even when now there are news that the failed ground invasion of Lebanon was presented and given by US intel. Yeah, they failed, right? They failed the ground invasion. What do they think? What did they think? Like doing a ground invasion of like against fighters that were trained, that are ready for guerrilla warfare. Like what are they thinking? They're fucking idiots. So it's beef, but I hardly think a 60-minute fight is going to further global warming more than industry does. Yeah, exactly. What I find amazing is how Israel get pissed off when people say something bad about the Holocaust and what they had to go through, but when they treat the Holocaust survivors... But then they treat the Holocaust survivors as second-class citizens. Exactly, especially the Holocaust survivors that are against the genocide. They just completely forget. They just completely gloss over that. That, hey, yeah, this is an actual Holocaust survivor who does not want to see another genocide happen in their name, you know? The fuck is wrong with you? So maybe don't do that, you know, like have some respect to the actual Holocaust survivors. Maybe listen to them because they were actually there. The fuck? 100% war crime certified arms. Exactly. That's what they all want. That's why they're all supporting, like they're supplying arms to like carry out genocides everywhere. Yeah, most Holocaust survivors and their families are pro-Palestine. Exactly. Hold on, let me just check something. Okay. And the most Holocaust survivors. Okay, don't get me wrong. What's that? Don't get me wrong, pollution is bad, but I can get more plastic bags from a $80 pound Timo order than I'd make going for a drive. Yeah. We have one of them working as a politician here, but she's an Israel supporter. Yeah, that sucks. But then again, we can't treat people like a monolith, okay? So there will always be like a reactionary side of everything, right? That's not how it works. People are diverse. Even if they have the same experiences, they would still end up having different opinions, you know? My cat is a 4 in Tabby. She's got all sorts of colors on her. She's got little white boots. And it's so cute. Oh, by the way, I have to go to work. Fuck morning shift. I had fun with the chat and nice stream on it. Thank you so much, Eustace. Good luck with work. I think because Israel was founded on the principle of being the only safe place for Jewish people means that they need to exist in a state of constant conflict. They need an enemy to justify their existence. Yeah, but then an existence that necessitates the annihilation of another group of people is not a good premise to start. Oh my god, sounds like another country that whose leader chose to unalive in a bunker. So, they can keep their shitty martial art that's built around torturing others. Yeah, exactly. My god. The fuck? I instantly love your cats. Yeah, like here in my town, there's a fucking drain pipe near a beach. What? My little dude is about to be 1 year old this month. Ooh, Piotr, your cat. Yeah, I remember your cat. My cats are 12. Viga's cats. My cats are 12. One is kind of Dalmatian black, and the other one is black with a very few white hairs that can be seen. Ooh. So like a tuxedo cat? Like sort of a tuxedo cat. Ryan Macbeth on YouTube does updates on Russia, and that sometimes I generally look there. I know Ukraine occupied part of Russia. There's been news statements by the EU and the US. Okay, maybe when we aren't winning this. Maybe we aren't winning this, yeah. That's what I like. The general gist of like what I've from what I've heard is that NATO is not winning on that front. The only red line Biden recognizes is being crossed is the blood in his underwear. Oh fuck. To be honest, I don't know much, but what I've heard is that Putin wants to end this war, but keep the parts of Ukraine where the Russian people are living in Ukraine. But Zelensky is saying no. This is from Russia, so I don't know. Okay. Like which part? Like in Donbass? I'm waiting one day for GDF to release a video called How Palestinians Hezbollah Got Good at Smoking Israeli Soldiers. Wait, who's GDF? That's gonna be fire. Yeah, we can still beat the fuck out of those fascists after all. Pollution is a big one. Reminded me there's technically lead in PVC, which is not a health issue, but like you could use something that doesn't destroy the environment. Yeah. Hello, Adorned. Good afternoon. I hope he goes out in an awful way, a really humiliating and embarrassing way. Yeah, same. The fuck? Okay, now that I caught up with the chat, let's continue.
But what's happening is, first, the ground forces, the special forces, have not been engaged in any war or any confrontation against Israel from the 7th of October until today. The special forces were not involved in this war. Only the missile forces that are part of the three units, two south of the Litani River and one north of the Litani River. These are the units that were fighting Israel in the last almost 12 months. Secondly, all the warehouses, the excess of warehouses, not all of them have been destroyed, showing that the Israelis in some places had old information, but it doesn't matter. Everything that's under the ground is still intact. And I think in the next 48 hours, we will see if Hezbollah has the capability to regain the initiative after Israel said, I'm done with the objectives, and now I'm going to look for something else, because they feel the victory. And feeling the victory is deadly when the Israelis are not really estimating the strength of the enemy. Hezbollah has received a hit. That is true. Hezbollah has failed in several small tactical battles, but the war has not started yet. We're just the beginning. We still have a year ahead, several months ahead. So people are going to start falling into the Israeli propaganda and what they see, thinking that 150,000 members of Hezbollah, that Hezbollah said, this is how we are. Suppose Hezbollah is not telling the truth and it has only half of that. So that is, we're talking about 75,000 only. So if Israel managed to kill 1,700, or even 2,000, or 3,000, or 5,000, or 10,000, there's still at least tens of thousands waiting to fight. So what the Israelis are not saying, we have won. John Kirby today, the spokesperson of the US government, said Hezbollah today is not like Hezbollah a week ago. And Hezbollah's chain of command has been destroyed.
Yeah.
All the leaders have been destroyed.
Makes sense.
I can tell you, all the leaders have been already replaced. The announcement of Sayyid Nasrallah's death took place only when a new Secretary General was elected. The killing of every single commander was announced when immediately another commander took place. For example, the Akil was killed among other Rudwan commanders. 7 of these commanders came out alive. They died from the pressure, but the other 7 were very close to the exit and they did not die because Hezbollah did not hit the same room under the ground, but 100 meters away, and the pressure killed many people. But there are 7 that did not die. And there are around 200 other commanders that are ready to replace those who are going to be killed in the battlefield.
So let me ask you this. This is a criticism that I've been hearing people say, and I'm curious your thoughts, because I think up until now, the resistance groups and Iran have been quite restrained, right, in their response to Israel. And some of the criticism has been that perhaps this was a mistaken way of dealing with Israel. Perhaps too much restraint has made these groups look weak and has emboldened the Israelis. For example, the Iranians have yet to respond to Ismail Haniyeh being murdered by the Israelis in Tehran. Hezbollah has responded to, various assassinations prior to the last couple of weeks, of course, but the responses have not been, have been calibrated to, not provoke a wider scale war in hopes that, they could continue this sort of tit for tat with Israel. That didn't expand any further, but that didn't work. And now, the Israelis, they've we've seen them displace 1 million people in Lebanon. We've
quivering
seen them,
with rage.
taking out entire residential buildings. I mean, today they've been bombing many residential.
Okay, so like speaking of which, like since you guys brought up like the fact about like Netanyahu shaking like with shaking hands, right? Some motherfucker, some sycophants in the comment section, the replies like of those tweets were like, "Oh, his hands are shaking with rage." Like, no, I don't think he's shaking with rage. I think this bitch is shaking with fear. That bitch ass motherfucker ain't shaking with rage. He's afraid, okay? He's about to shit his pants.
Homes in Sud, for example, which is something I didn't think I was going to see. There's displaced people everywhere, like sleeping on sidewalks. It's just a horror show. And so all that's to say, my question for you is, do you think that being restrained by these groups has militarily been the wrong strategy given Israel's responses? And then on top of that, everybody's wondering, is Iran going to get involved? Is Iran going to do anything? Or is it going to continue to be restrained? And then some people are saying if Iran continues to be restrained, I mean, they're next, right? You even have the Israelis saying it, by the way. I don't know if they'll actually carry through, their words, but the Israelis are making threats to the Iranian supreme leader, basically saying you're next.
Why Iran would be involved in this war? To show that Hezbollah is weak. Hezbollah is not weak. Hezbollah received several hits. The strength of Hezbollah has not come out yet. We haven't seen any involvement of the naval unit.
Ooh.
They're still intact. The ground forces unit, they still intact. Long-range missile units, they still intact.
Okay, nice, good to know.
The missile unit that is on the borders with Syria and inside Syria opposite the Golan height, the occupied Golan height, they're still intact. Why would Iran join when Iran can continue supplying Hezbollah with what Hezbollah needs without declaring war on the United States and Israel? Because declaring war on Israel means...
But okay, so this stream happened 2 days ago, so I think this analysis is a little bit off now because Iran literally had a meteor shower on Israel.
On the United States because they are together. On the contrary, Iran now is free to move around. It can come to Syria, that is doing. Offer to Syria the...
Okay, so let's keep calling that the decolonial reign. I like that term. Decolonial reign.
How that has done. Offer the material to manufacture weapons and missiles. Well, actually, the Fadi 1 and 2, 3 are Syrian missiles. They frog missiles with advanced GPS on their tail to make sure that they can reach the objective within a certain precision. Why give up on all that just to say, hey, we declare war on Israel and we're part of the war directly? Every single bullet fired by Hezbollah, by Iran, by Yemen, and by Iraq comes from Iran. Iran is involved in this battle since 1982.
Okay.
But being involved directly and declare war and come in, it means the Iran allies have given up and they have no more strength to fight. And as I said earlier, we just started 2 weeks ago. Still have so many months ahead. The war did not finish. On the contrary, it's just beginning. The Israelis tested Hezbollah's capability, and Hezbollah learned what Israel knows and what are the objectives that were uncovered to the Israelis. Good. Other objectives are not. Other warehouses are not. Other leaders are still not known for Hezbollah. There are thousands of leaders that have not been killed. Killing 5, 10, 20,
I was reading the comments.
30, 50 is part of the war. So it's like when I ask a general, if there are 8 major generals in the army, as there are 8 people in the Jihadi Council, and 3 or 5 of these have been killed, How many generals will replace them? He said 2,000.
Hmm.
They're all waiting because there aren't spaces for more than these 8 occupying all the key positions. So Hezbollah is an irregular, organized army.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, those are all really good points. I want to thank people who are throwing money in the super chat. And one person in particular, I just want to show the comment. His name's Nader. Says, my family's from areas next to Sur, Tyre. My heart is broken seeing what my people are going through. I visited most summers. Stay strong, my people. Thank you so much, Nader, and I'm with you on that. And I wanted to ask you also, I just want to remind people, if you want to help support the show, you can go to patreon.com/breakthrough news and become a member. And I do appreciate the comments in the super chat. Elijah, I wanted to ask you about Israel's ultimate goal here, because, you know, they're talking about limited ground incursions. They're obviously feeling very emboldened, and it does seem like they're going to try some sort of ground invasion. And I know you've often said that will be their graveyard, because that's where Hezbollah will be able to really shine in its capabilities if Israel's on their turf. But that said, you know, we do see these groups in Israel talking about resettling southern Lebanon, even changing the names of Lebanese villages and towns to Jewish names.
The audacity.
You see Israeli officials talking about buffer zones, reoccupation. They want to go to the Litani. I mean, we know this is their ultimate goal, right? At the end of the day, they have expansionist ambitions on top of the fact that they do want to get rid of a military threat to their north. So I guess my question there is, and I also wanted to add 2 things here. One, the Israelis have essentially put like a sort of military blockade on Lebanon. They're bombing border crossings with Syria. They're threatening to bomb any attempt by the Lebanese to fix those border crossings in an attempt to stop, I guess, in their minds, weapon flows, right, to Hezbollah. And then they're also threatening the airport. They're saying that any plane that lands at Beirut airport needs to be given permission or cleared by the Israelis, which is actually how an occupying power behaves. I just want to point out how outrageous that is, because it's a complete violation of the sovereignty of an internationally recognized country called Lebanon. On top of that, you have the Americans, and I saw you pointing this out on Twitter, you have the Americans telling the Iraqis they are not allowed to send anything to Lebanon without it first being inspected and cleared by the Americans. Another violation of the sovereignty of an internationally recognized country. I guess we shouldn't be surprised that this is the behavior of the Israelis and the Americans.
Oh, the one that I talked about, like the one that just happened a few hours ago. I thought that it was just a couple of like casualties, but I didn't know that it included their commandos. So that's good to know. Finally, some good news. Good news, everyone.
Americans. All that's to say, there definitely does seem to be ambitions to reoccupy parts of Lebanon by the Israelis. The Americans, it seems, have sort of just given the green light at this point. So I'm curious what you think the prospects of that happening is.
I think it's great news to hear that the Israelis think they can change the names of the villages in the south of Lebanon, and they can occupy the...
Wait. There's a Pisrael on Twitter saying, "Rip, a hero who died defending his homeland, and it was some turbo white who got domed in the ground invasion of Lebanon." Yeah. Oh God, I do not feel sorry for these diaper forces. They're just colonizers. Hi, Mana. Hi, Evian. Hello, Rio. Who's Evian? Everyone. Okay. Like, wait. What is Evian? Is that a Pokemon? Is everyone. Okay. All right. Hello, Rio.
South of Lebanon, because their overconfidence means that their fall will be harder. And we're talking about the ground forces that are still intact I'm sorry to say, to disappoint many people, that we haven't seen yet what the missile force.
Do you remember how they were going to have a com rescue team for diseased? Yeah, I heard about the testicle retrieval, right? Like Israeli families, like I'm not sure like what the controversy about it that was, like, but some were not comfortable of like taking their son's testicles out for yeah, for I guess to retrieve their seeds. My cryptic typos have been decoded. The Qassam Brigade is smoking IOF and their armored vehicles in Gaza. How do they think they'll be able to invade Lebanon at the same time? Hezbollah was forged in fire fighting the IOF. Exactly! Like I was saying, like, what were they thinking? Hezbollah are like, you know, one of the largest guerrilla groups in modern history. Oh God, the little Israelis, the cum extraction brigade. Yeah. This is bullshit. I just woke up and my back feels like it got hit by a baseball bat. Damn you, early back pain. I'm sorry about that, mental. The age do be hitting different. It's still actually technically at least. Oh my god, Jesus fucking. Typo in a group chat. The perks of age. Yeah. Wait, what? Hold on, hella, wait, wait. Wait, I can't. For some reason, okay, it was. Oh, it's not the testes. It was the juices. Like they would tug one out for the dead soldiers. Huh? How's that possible? I don't think that's possible. Is what? Ew, brother, ew. What the fuck? Who would do that? That's like okay, wait. I mean, like it's a dead IOF soldier, so I don't respect their corpses. But still, though, like holy fuck, man. Israel's got a sperm retrieval unit. Very normal stuff. Wait, what the? I don't think that the dead would respond to that though. Like, what? That sounds like a conspiracy. Dude, I'm way too young for back pain. This comes from crappy posture. Yeah, try to have good posture, mental. On that. Yeah, me too. Like, wait, I did not need to know that. Oh my god. Zaps your dead nuts. Yeah, I mean, what? No, what the fuck? Hell no. The propaganda videos regarding this were still up just the other day. It's very Starship Troopers. Zaps your stick. Israel Israel man on a mission. A cum mission. Oh God, Lord. Oh dear Lord. This is like This is like in Saving Private. Yeah, it's definitely giving Saving Ryan's Privates instead of Saving Private Ryan. Motherfucker. Okay, this sounds like a bad plot to like an anime. It's like a doomer anime. I wasn't aware the human body was capable of that. Wait, what? I don't. Okay. Oh yeah, they would shove an electrode up the dead guy's ass, super electrocute certain spots, and it forces out by spasms? No fucking way, dude. Oh hell nah. Oh hell nah. What the fuck? Let me read that up. Oh my god. Sperm from 39 men killed in war has been extracted for future fertilization, Knesset committee says. Oh my god. In non-wartime, spouses can request the procedure, but parents must petition family court for an order enabling the procedure. The latter requirement was put aside last week. Maji kayo? What the fuck? In line with relaxed health ministry requirements, spouses and parents of deceased men can request to have sperm harvested. The procedure is most effective within the first 24 hours after death, but is possible for several days. Oh my fucking lord. Hell no. 32 of the men whose sperm was harvested were soldiers and 7 were civilians. No fucking way, dude. Holy shit. That's a real thing? My god. Electro jerking, basically. What the hell? Hello, Henge. Thanks so much for resubscribing. Could you imagine explaining this to like any normal army? Exactly. Like, what the fuck? That is so nasty. Like, what the hell? Black market, baby better. What the fuck? Yeah, Israel has a cum squad. What the fuck? We are getting TOS'd with this one, yeah. Please, let's not. Post-mortem sperm get a power boost? Is this like the NEN system? What the fuck? Is this some stuff you do with farm animals, not people? Yeah. Like, let alone dead people. Like, holy mother. They could just, I don't know, take the sperm before deployment. I guess one of the reasons they don't is that like the PR when a widow posts on socials, but etc. But about wanting the retrieval. Oh my god. Colonel, we've jerked off every dead soldier we found. Mission accomplished. Oh, brother. Brother! Jizrael isn't even a meme, it's real. Oh my god. Why does everyone hate me? We don't do anything. Also, Israel, let's go invade Lebanon and create greater Israel. Hunter x Hunter is so good. Yeah, that's true. I agree. I love Hunter x Hunter. It's Nazi logic, some insane belief that their gene stock is superior or something. Yeah, that belief is gonna be their downfall because they're gonna end up like the Habsburgs, you know. It's the way of the Habsburgs. It's a plot to a Wolfenstein game. I thought that's why you were calling it Jizrael all this time. No, I just want to insult them in the most funny way possible. So I didn't know that Jezreel is a canon name. Oh God, I didn't know that. The problem is a lot of these people, the radical, you know, have always been like this. Not them. Like I mean like the Zionists. Let's not conflate Jewish people with like Zionists. Zionists don't even believe it in Judaism, you know? Gotta collect that mutant gene to create the X-Men. Oh my god, this is the worst information I've ever. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Not Jewish people, Zionists. Let's not Sazi Aqua, let's not conflate the two. Cuz literally this is what the Zionists want. To for them to like for everyone to conflate Zionism with Judaism so that they can call us anti-Semitic, you know? A lot of Jewish people are against Zionism, are against Israel, you know? So let's not go there, okay? I don't know, Aqua. Lots of groups have dumbass essentialist beliefs. Exactly. Not just them. Like that, I'm pretty sure every group has like those fringe people, you know? Every group of people has those fringe groups, you know, that are fucking insane. Yeah, Israel cops beating Jews in Israel for being pro-Palestine. Exactly. We don't hate Jews, we hate Zionists. Exactly. Yep. So let's be really clear with our language here because it could easily get co-opted by fascists or actual Nazis, right? So let's not do that. Let's be really clear that, you know, with our language. Most Zionists are American evangelicals anyway. Yeah, exactly. Zionism will fall. It may take a while, but it will, like how Nazis fell. Exactly. I'm glad that you know, you understand that just as much. Many Zionists are atheists. Some are religious, but they're all distortions, a distortion of Judaism. Within the doctrines of Judaism, they proclaim there must be certain conditions met, and therefore Israel does not meet these conditions. It's essentially a farce, especially since they're also committing genocide to maintain their state, blatantly against their tenets. Yeah, I guess you're saying tenets, not tenants, like religious tenets, right? A lot of neo-Nazis are Zionists too. Yeah. Zionism is just yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think I got what you meant. Zionism is just colonizers wearing masks to waste everyone's time with cheap rhetoric. Exactly. It's just all like performance at this point, you know? Right. Moving on. Let's try to finish this without getting derailed. I think we're almost there.
Forces are capable of. And I think soon they will regret to think that the missile forces units have been depleted or they have no longer the possibility. If you start counting how many missiles are going to fall on Israel on every day, you understand that Hezbollah can fire at least the same amount every single day or go gradually higher if they go higher. So I think this is going to be shown very soon. Secondly, saying that they threaten the Lebanese airport is again great news because it means that Hezbollah has a right to treat the Ben Gurion airport and other airports in the same way because the Israelis violate the Lebanese sovereignty by threatening the Lebanese airport, the only airport that is in the country, and they bombed the civilian area in the Dahieh. They bombed civilian area in the south of Lebanon and in the Bekaa Valley. They offered on a silver plate to Hezbollah the possibility to do exactly the same when Hezbollah was trying to avoid all these and was losing, because avoiding all the non-combatant targets, Hezbollah is not the match of the Israeli Air Force. But when all the red lines are lifted, then this is where there is a little relief for Hezbollah, which means the Israelis have invited Hezbollah to treat its civilians in the same way, to treat the airport in the same way. But
They're also
what
Blatt.
about
Hey,
the
Blatt.
surface-to-surface missile that can destroy all the oil and gas platforms? We haven't seen any yet. What about the harbor of Haifa and Eilat? We haven't seen any attack on these harbors yet. The moment the Israeli threatened the harbor in Beirut, I think the harbors in Israel will be shut down completely. But maybe people will start laughing at what I'm saying now. But the Israelis said they have exhausted their bank of objectives. If Hezbollah doesn't show its strength very soon, it means Israel has won the war. If Israel see that Hezbollah is incapable of replying, then the natural thing to do is to walk in the army and take as much as they want from the Lebanese territory in the south of Lebanon. But remember, 1982, Hezbollah had very little weapons to fight. And it took them 18 years to teach the Israelis a lesson. Israel, when it's supported by the US and NATO since the beginning. So with the very little capability, when Israel walked into the Lebanon, it was not considered an enemy by many people in the south of Lebanon at the first beginning. It became an enemy. Now every single person in the south of Lebanon would love to see Israel losing men on the Lebanese soil to teach them a lesson. If Hezbollah is not capable of doing so,
they just did
the
though.
South of Lebanon is doomed, which is
they
not
just did that a couple of hours ago, which is good. Okay.
On the contrary, and I think Israel need to reevaluate if they want to go into the south of Lebanon, if they see Hezbollah's capability is still strong enough to inflict pain on Israel. And by seeing that and going to a ground invasion, that will be a wrong military move, which is something that Hezbollah will not dislike, because that gives the opportunity for the Ridwan forces, the special forces, to be engaged. Doesn't mean that Hezbollah is waiting for them to come. On the contrary, nobody wants the war to expand. But if they think they can come in, then this is why the Ridwan forces have been trained for when they were considered as the intervention force in the year 2000, and then they were turned into special forces, trained like any other special forces around the world, and much more than that. And these are the ones who are going to meet the Israelis when they can no longer use their air force and they have to meet face to face with the Israelis and the special forces of Hezbollah.
So Elijah, there's just a couple more things I want to ask you about here before we close. And one I think is very important to address. And I've seen a couple people asking about it. Though I do want to remind everyone before I ask it, we have over 5,000 people watching, which is fantastic. However, only 1.3 thousand have liked the stream. So I can't imagine all 5,000 of you are hate watching. So if you haven't already, please smash that like button. It does help boost us in the algorithm. The algorithm always works against us. So the more you like it, the more people who can see this important analysis from Elijah. So Elijah, I want to ask you about the prospect of civil unrest, because this is something that historically, the Israelis and Americans have tried to foment in Lebanon through sectarian divisions. And it's worked in the past. It's, not even the too distant past. And so far, the country has been quite united, with a few rare instances of division, which has been good to see. But like you said, we're only 2 weeks into this, so it's still quite early. And uniting kind of sometimes has a statute of limitations. And what I've seen talking to family and friends, especially as I've been trying to get people, just, people who need housing housed, is that we see in certain towns and villages and areas that are considered still safe in Lebanon, where displaced people are being housed. Some landlords and homeowners have received messages and phone calls threatening to bomb their property if they allow, these people to stay in their homes, because one of them's Hezbollah, is how the Israelis would say it, or one of them's a terrorist. And of course, this sort of thing has led to some people being kicked out, and also leads to, because so far this is a war on Shia neighborhoods, right? So it leads to animosity towards displaced Shias, and like people being less likely to help them as time goes on. So we also saw, there's people, those typical voices who always want to foment unrest in Lebanon, who are doing their victory lap about the degradation of Hezbollah's senior leadership, saying now is the opportunity for the Americans to support the opposition. And we know in Lebanon, the opposition to Hezbollah means the Lebanese forces in Kataib, which are fascistic groups that have historically carried out sectarian massacres. So I guess my question is, do you see the possibility of civil unrest amidst this horrific war we're watching play out?
I wish.
I think you realize that I always look at the glass half full, but not half empty.
I appreciate that.
And for that,
he's got that revolutionary optimism.
Their ideas or their position against Hezbollah is great, because it means the areas where all the Shia refugees are not going to be bombarded, because they are considered the friend of Israel and the friend of America, which is great protection for the people who are within the society of Hezbollah, and they need to go to stay in a safe place. And that will allow the fighters to be tranquil about the fate of their families. And they will be very confident to go and fight these Israelis.
Is that a Tumblr site?
Maximum sacrifices without thinking that their families.
All right, hold on. I want to see that one.
Now in Lebanon, we have always.
I want to see that meme.
A lot of talk from people in the street, and they express.
Let's check that one out first.
Goodbye, but be over soon. I love you. I love this.
Hold on. Okay.
Baron, come here to be my son. I have been defeated. We have been defeated, my sweet child. Swallow this pill with daddy. It'll be over soon. I love you. I love this nation. God bless these great United States. Goodbye, bye.
Good,
Baron,
Bubba.
come here to be my son. I have been defeated.
Byron. Wait, what's the name of his actual son? Is it Byron? Byron, come here to me, my son. Good, Bubba. Wait, I want to listen to that again.
Baron, come here to be my son. I have been defeated. We have been defeated, my sweet child. Swallow this pill with daddy. It'll be over soon. I love you. I love this nation. God bless these great United States. Goodbye, bye.
Good, Bubba. Okay. That was really funny. Good, Bubba.
Their disagreement with Hezbollah, and others agree with Hezbollah. The Lebanese society is divided. That's a fact, which is good, because it shows that people don't agree with Hezbollah and other people agree with Hezbollah. And this division is something that the Americans have tried in the past to capitalize on. The only point here to
we've been defeated
is the Shia
swallow
will
this
never
pill.
return to the old ages when they were the oppressed people.
Good,
Since
Papa.
Imam Musa Sadr came to Lebanon and gave the possibility for the Shia to be armed to protect themselves when the government failed to protect them, the Shia have decided never to give up and never to give up on their rights and to protect themselves if the government is not protected them. Had the government done its job, there's no point for Hezbollah to exist.
Yeah.
Hezbollah has existed because nobody defended Lebanon when the Israeli invaded the country. And Hezbollah continued to exist because all the services in the Shia area, in the Bekaa Valley, in the Dahi, before that in Naba, and in the Christian area, and after that in Dahi and in the south of Lebanon, they were the deprived society. They received nothing. They were not giving any jobs. They were considered good for serving as waiters in a restaurant or working at the harbor to shift goods, and that's it. But today, this society grown. There are intellectuals, there are doctors, there are engineers, there are handicraft, there are thinkers, there are philosophers, but there are also fighters. And these people will
Like in any
never
society,
accept
really.
to be humiliated again. And even if Israel goes in the south of Lebanon, for whatever reason, they will
They
have the
shouldn't.
joy to continue fighting Israel.
Yeah.
Because Lloyd Austin, the Secretary of Defense, told the Israeli at the beginning of the war one sentence that I found brilliant, that the Israelis never learned from it. And he said,
Because of their
don't make
hubris.
our
They're
mistakes.
delulu.
We have failed to earn the heart and the mind of the population.
Yep.
The Americans went to Afghanistan, and after 20 years, they were kicked out, taking the power from the Taliban to give it back to the Taliban.
Yeah.
In Iraq, they went and occupied Iraq, and they were kicked out. And they returned after ISIS controlled Iraq in specific places, but not as occupied as before. They still occupy a part. And they went to Libya, and they failed. They went to Syria, and they failed.
Yep.
They are hated by the entire Middle East, and those
Yeah.
who do not hate them fear them. This is not earning the heart and the mind of the population.
No.
The Israelis
Nobody's
have
going to
lost
die for them.
everything or any connection with the population of the Middle East.
That's a problem when you're a colonial, entity. Nobody's gonna really willing to fight for your cause. Not even your own, not even your own people, like the Americans. Because back home, what are they exactly like? They what are they defending, right? Only to get back to like the worst material, to a worsening material conditions. Like the fuck.
And showing how Israel is strong and imposing the Abraham Accord and normalization, because Israel can destroy. But what Israel had destroyed, Gaza, 360 square kilometers, or Lebanon.
Yeah, not just the Middle East. They're hated in the global South. They're hated in Southeast Asia. They're hated. Even I guess even in East Asia, they're not. Nobody likes them. Okay.
Lebanon, 10,400 square kilometers, not yet. Is that the capability of the strongest army in the world and the 14th in the world and the strongest in the Middle East? That's very slim. And yet, no one in Gaza raised the white flag. And no one in Lebanon is going to raise the white flag.
Exactly.
Not domestically.
Like, can we just appreciate the fact that the resistance fighters in Gaza are so I cannot like comprehend the level of resilience and the steadfastness that these people have. Like, we could all, like, as communists, we could learn from their discipline. Like, they're so disciplined. Like, I can't. I can't. I can't. Like, how can we learn such a such power? Like, they're blockaded. They're literally living in the worst conditions ever, right? Like, at least Hezbollah has like access to better equipment and weaponry, but they are like holy shit, the fighters, the resistance fighters in Gaza are just built different. Like, I just can't comprehend that level of steadfastness. My God, just pure principle, They're running on pure principle.
The Americans or to the Israelis.
Yeah, no, I think that's a very important point. And the last thing I want to ask you, I'm just going to make a couple comments and I'm going to ask you this question. I do
exactly. They're very organized and disciplined. And then there are Western leftists like, man, you can't even organize a book reading club. Like, what the fuck? Bitch. Oh my God. I think India is the only country with a large population that likes them because they have their own slavery system, which is the caste system. That's what inspired Hitler, remember? That's inspiring the fucking caste system that's still effective to this day. Like, remember Comrade Nikki, right? She's Indian. She told me, yeah, like, Indian society is like fascist to the core. But, at the very least, like, there are places like Kerala. So there are some, India is like, it might as well be like a really big, there are different cultures in each state, much like the United States. But the caste system in general is still there, Like, I was so floored when Comrade Nikki says like her mom would get mad at when their maid would like sit on their furniture, like they like their workers, their helpers don't even like think of even like touching their furniture, the sofa that they sit on or the utensils that they use, Like, how fucked up that is? Like, they're living in like literally like in the Middle Ages. Reminded of the Vietnamese shops kicking out piss tours. Yeah, I love those. It was so great. Yeah. Mentally and emotionally, they are so much stronger than me. Yeah. I can't even, like, I wish I would have at least 25% of their mental energy, like their mental fortitude, I think something else inspiring is how just the regular people of Palestine are rebuilding their homes after Israel bomb. Yeah, like, oh my God, like, my friend in Gaza, Simo, right? He's just always like asking me how I am. I'm like, dude, like, you're asking me, like, oh my God. Like, he texts me and I'm like, oh Mana, like, how are you today? Like, I hope that, like you're I always wish you success in everything that you do. And I'm like, dude, I hope that you're just keeping safe and I hope that you're okay. And like, he still has this their hearts are so big that they always like ask, like, they always ask you first, like, how are you doing? Like, oh me, I'm just like, like, I saw him like post a video of like on his Instagram, like posting like he was biking around the rubbles. Like, I'm like, damn, dude, they're trying their best to like make the most out of their lives. And I don't know, man. I don't know if I could survive that, like, being in that position. Holy shit. Educate, agitate, organize. They aren't doing it ignorantly or alone. Exactly. They're very systematic about it. The Palestinian people has got to be the most resilient people. And like, the thing is though, like, I wish they didn't have to be so resilient. But I think I think one of the most crucial thing about why Palestinians are so resilient, because they have such a very strong community spirit. Like I've never seen anything like that ever. And I think that's why, like, even with the how traumatic the situations they're being put in, it's easier for them to bounce back because they have each other. And even if they lose their family members, like, people in their community would still welcome them, would still, like, accept them and take care of them as their own children. The resistance fighters in Gaza are so fucking inspirational. Exactly. Western leftists organizing like they're trying to get a D&D group started. I know, right? And they can't even hold it together because they start infighting. Oh my God. It's just so the lack of discipline and revolutionary, like, mindset, Like, it's just, Ugh. Hey, I can organize long tabletop games. Okay, I think that's a W for you, Samuel. We never hear about Kerala in Western media. I'm sure there's no reason for that. I know, right? I know, right? Hello, Mana. Abby's Abysmal Divine. Hello, Abysmal. Shocked you're streaming while I'm awake. Oh, hello. Let's go. Unity is important in times of hardship. Exactly. Like, community is the most crucial thing. Why do you think, like, a lot of, like, Western communities have a lot of, like, serial killers? Like, have you seen the pattern why there are so many serial killers in the West? Like, because of that isolation and the lie of the nuclear family, right? Good thing, like, my Asian ass is raised in an Asian way, so we still have, like, that community spirit. So I didn't have to feel alone even when my parents are not around. Like, there's always someone taking care of me, when I was young. Unrelated, but you listen to Muslim gays? Wait, is that a thing? What is that? I'm pretty sure a D&D group would be more organized than a leftist group there. Oh, shit. Bye, guys. I haven't slept a lot for today's exam. I'm starting to get EP. Bye, Antifa Grilly. Thanks for dropping by. Good luck with your exams. Yeah. Individualism and capitalism both alienate us from each other and encourage predatory behavior. Exactly. Isn't American Psycho about that very... Yeah. Muslim Gaze was a British musician that made music that was about Palestine. Oh, okay. I will check it out later. I like to listen to Palestinian related music. Preferably like Palestinian musicians. Reading a book at the moment called The One Dimension Army by Herbert Marcuse. And the book throughout talks about how, due to the nature of consumerism in the West, it essentially lulls people into complacency. The propaganda through media, the hyper-individualist need for every individual in the group to be perfect, letting perfect to be the enemy of good. Yeah. There's so many contributing factors to why some people start killing, like, terror isolation is just that makes a lot of sense, but yeah, it's not as common in in collectivist cultures. That's what it's just is my point. I got criticized for his pro he got criticized for his pro-Palestine stance because people said he had never been there. So he didn't know what he was talking about. You don't have to be there to know what you're talking about, you know? Like necessarily, like especially when it comes to geopolitics. So what are we watching? Hold on, yeah. We're almost at the end. We're talking about the assassination of Nasrallah.
Like a lot of people are very angry. They're like, well, why was Hassan Nasrallah in in South Beirut and not in like some mountain bunker somewhere? Like, why did Hezbollah make all these mistakes? And I mean, I think there are a lot of questions to be asked. I imagine they're being asked internally, but I do want to say, when you're fighting the most powerful military empire in the history of the world, and that's what Israel is, because Israel is an extension of America and it has the full backing of America. And you've covered war for a very long time, Elijah. You saw the aftermath of Sabra and Shatila, which is one of the most horrific acts of violence in the region ever. I think what we're witnessing now is a more depraved kind of imperialism than anything we've ever seen. I mean, I saw someone pointing out that George W. Bush
dying empires be dying empires.
Criticized Israel in the early 2000s when they killed Hamas's leader because they killed 7 civilians in the process, and that was too much collateral damage. Now we have an entire political spectrum in the US that includes the Democratic president and vice president, who's probably going to be the next president, releasing statements calling the assassination of Hassan Nasrallah, which was carried out by killing hundreds of civilians in residential buildings, hundreds, not 7, hundreds, an act of justice that they fully support.
Wow, okay.
That is the kind of American imperialism.
Yeah, it's so unhinged at
we are
this
dealing
point.
with today. I think it's more depraved than ever before, and it is a huge adversary to be up against. And I mean, Hezbollah, Iran, this resistance axis, they're made up of people who, picked up arms defending their land to the best of their ability. Maybe mistakes are made, but at the same time, they don't have the resources or the technology or the advanced weaponry of the monster that they're fighting. And I think that's important to keep in mind in terms of resistance, because resistance loses sometimes, a lot of times actually.
Yeah.
And, there's some people who I think maybe only want to support it when it's winning. I don't know. But all that's to say, I guess my question here is to the U.S. question. You and I have often talked about the U.S. the threat to the U.S. in the region if they allow this to explode into a regional war. We're closer to that possibility now than we were 2 weeks ago, right?
Because of Israel's escalation.
Do you think the U.S. is making a miscalculation here? Because it seems like
can we just talk about their term, like the what's the guy that looks like Count Chocula? What's his name again? I forgot his name. But like he's just like de-escalation through escalation, bitch. Okay.
Something in the U.S. has shifted in terms of those in power, where they went from trying to constrain Israel on the issue of Lebanon to avoid this all-out regional war, to kind of just greenlighting whatever Israel does. I'm not sure what's changed, but is that a miscalculation on their part? Does the reality of, U.S. as sitting ducks across the region remain if they continue to allow this to expand?
For many years, I used to think that the American administration is intelligence and they plan for 5, 10, and 20 years ahead. But then when I saw how they occupy Afghanistan and how they occupy Iraq, I understood the level of stupidity of the decision makers in the US. There are many thinkers in the US who are extremely intelligent, but they do not have influence over the decision makers. They can be the most brilliant people on earth, and if their voice is not heard, it means they have no influence, and the US administration will continue doing the same thing. So if we see the Americans were very powerful, in 1982, they landed in Lebanon and they were kicked out. They've landed in Iraq. Iraq was completely dismantled and they were kicked out. So the Americans, at the end of the day, they have the most powerful machine, but they cannot stay in a country. They can win the country, but they can't stay. They can go to war, but they can't make peace. And after war, what's going to happen? How are they going to build? They built nothing wherever they went. They destroyed Afghanistan. They've destroyed Iraq. They've destroyed Syria. They've destroyed Libya. Wherever they went, they did not create a base where people will like them to stay or will like their influence. They're afraid of them. But this fear can go. So what's happening today is completely different. We cannot talk about an all-out war for the simple reason. The Iranians control the Strait of Hormuz. Ansarullah control the Red Sea. Hezbollah can control with the surface-to-surface missile the Mediterranean. What's going to happen to the world economy is going to be completely destroyed. Can the Americans prevent that from happening? Of course not. They could not prevent, with the strongest navy in the world, along with the British one, the Ansarullah to open the Red Sea for the navigation they want. So what's going to happen in other places? And also, an all-out war means what? We've seen Donald Trump, what he did when he killed the Brigadier General Qasem Soleimani, the Iranian Brigadier General, and the Iraqi commander Abu Mahdi Mohandes. He received 16 missiles next day and did nothing, did not react. And McKinsey, the chief of staff, said Iran could have inflicted on us between 100 and 150 soldiers killed in that very precise bombing. That was a message for the future for the US to be engaged in any war against Iran. Yes, the US can destroy Iran, but can prevent Iran from retaliating? No. Hezbollah can have many of its warehouses destroyed. Can Israel stop Hezbollah from retaliating? No. Can the Americans stop the Iraqis from bombing their military bases? Of course not. They're sitting duck in Ain al-Assad, in Al-Taji, next to the airport in Iraq. They can't do that. You can kill many people, but you can't deter them and stop them from attacking, because these people have an ideology and they're fighting out of an ideology. And this is why they cannot be defeated. All the Israeli official and military commander told Netanyahu, Hamas is an idea.
Yes.
You cannot defeat it.
Yes.
In the past, we know also that Al-Qaeda is an idea, cannot be defeated. So all these ideology cannot be
But it was
defeated.
backed by Israel,
they will
though.
always continue existing in one way or another. So I am not worried about an all-out war in the Middle East because nobody wants it and it's not going to happen. As long as Hezbollah is fighting, Hamas did not surrender.
Yeah.
Netanyahu went from
Why would
Gaza
they think
to
Hezbollah
the
would
West Bank,
surrender?
from the West Bank to Lebanon. He's looking for a victory. Is this going to be his victory?
They
or
cannot
his
survive
graveyard?
any war of
I think it's going
attrition.
to be his graveyard.
I mean, we'll see about that. I think also there's an emotional, psychological, terrorizing element of all this, right?
Yeah,
like watching,
of course.
I have to say, I don't know how Palestinians have dealt with the last year. 'Cause watching my own
That's
country
what I'm saying.
be treated this way is very, very difficult. Watching a catastrophe unfold, what feels like almost overnight. I mean, I was in Beirut 2 weeks ago. And obviously there was a war in the South villages, but this was not happening. What's happening now wasn't happening. So I think it's also just a real shock. This was a campaign of shock and awe the last 2 weeks, and everyone is still kind of reeling from the shock and the emotional toll of it all. That's more of a comment than a question. But I guess go ahead, please.
Yeah, the problem is international laws don't exist anymore. The protection of non-combatant is inexistent. The International Criminal Court and the International Court of Justice have no power. The United Nations have no power. But this is why the United Nations issue many resolutions giving the people, the resistance, the right of armed resisting. And this right is the only thing that exists in the international law that the population is doing. And no occupation forces can defeat the resistance. Look what happened in Palestine, 1948, despite all the massacres and the exodus of the Palestinians never stopped fighting. Lebanon is the same. Lebanon never stopped fighting since 1982 when the country was invaded and will never stop. Israel cannot win. It can destroy, but it cannot win.
Well, I think that's a good note to leave it on. Elijah, I want to thank you. And real quick before we wrap or end, can you remind people where they can follow along your excellent analysis?
On my blog, they can subscribe. I am on Twitter. They can just type my name and they will find me.
Okay. Elijah, thank you so much. And thank you to everybody for tuning in. Make sure you like the stream, you guys. Super important for boosting it in the algorithm. And Elijah, I hope to have you back on soon.
Thank you
Let's
for having
go.
me.
All right, so like, yeah, wait. Yes, I'm gonna like the stream. Hold on. Shit. I did like the stream now, okay? I'm already subscribed. Wait, I wanna put the notification bell. Okay, it's on. It's on, Rania. I'm supporting you. Vulgar empiricism is essentially that only your direct experiences matter. Anything outside of you can therefore be disregarded. It's a worse version of the. Yeah, this is the kind of person I'm dealing with, because they don't really understand like the way that they use their use their words, how hard, like how much of like how much like the impact and intent of the, you know, even though their intention is to like just relate their personal experience, but the way they talk about it is a little bit playing into the right wing rhetoric, right? That very, very, very anti-trans rhetoric. Okay, I'm not gonna get into it, but like, yeah, good thing I have like a name for it now. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, Samuel and Henge, for like directing me to that. I'll look more into that. But actually, I don't care anymore. Like, I just, it was a lost cause. I'm not gonna be struggling with this person anymore. I'm just gonna let them be, because I have no mental energy for that. The more Israel attacks, the more resolved the resistance gets. Exactly. Wait a minute. I lost my VTube studio. Hold on. Alright, there we go. They kind of don't have a choice. Survive or perish. Exactly. But the thing is, they could just give up, you know? But they're not, which is really admirable. Materialism is neither empiricist or idealist, rationalist. It sidesteps the philosophical gazing through pragmatism. Yeah. Destroying is literally the only thing Israel does. Yeah, I know, right? That's the only thing that they do, but they're not even like, they don't really destroy anything strategically. They're just a bunch of monsters. They just want to destroy for the sake of destroying. There's no strategic planning on why they're destroying anything, you know. They just enjoy they just enjoy making people suffer, basically. Imagine you've been busy jamming with yeah. And also, like, I'm preparing for the new skin suit, so. But it describes, I don't know if it's the actual term for it, but it describes it, I think. Yeah, it definitely describes it, Henge. They're a bunch of kids burning an anthill for fun. Exactly. They're like those, you know, those, you know, like the signs of antisocial personality disorder, where they enjoy torturing small animals. Those, the kids that like, you know, the but actually they're not even that anymore. They're actually killing other people, so yeah. Antisocial personality. I think like the proper term is that, the dark triad. I like that guy Elijah's analysis. I've asked people before how this conflict can resolve without turning the whole region into the smoking crater, and he helped. Yeah, it's a really like it has some somber takes, and you can really tell that he just doesn't run his fucking mouth like like most people in the West do, like in Western media. Because vulgar is typically the description of an extreme version of a philosophy. So empiricism, which is the philosophy based on knowledge from senses, the vulgar empiricists would believe only in their sense matter and no previously recorded experiences matter because they didn't experience them directly. Yeah. Yeah. That's a better way to that's a good way to describe the person I'm dealing with, you know. Well, but that person's not my problem anymore. Actually, like I'm choosing to look the other way and just move on with my life. They just say a lot of words without saying anything. He seemed to have his head on straight. Exactly. Yeah. Also, it's already 12 almost 12:30. So it's been 4 hours. So I guess I could end the stream with on a good note. Imps, thanks so much for humoring me. I was planning on watching the watching some missiles. But like, I guess we've all seen that. We don't need to watch it together, but yeah. I just wanted to talk about these things because it's been a while and I really miss this. So, but I've always also been very busy. But yeah, I mean, I'll try my best next week to have another stream on Twitch. Yeah. Well, glad I got to catch you at least some of your streams. Yeah. Thank you. GML Radio, hey, Juchi Gang. Viga DMs, thank you very much for this. Yeah. No, thank you guys for showing up, like, because I couldn't make any announcement and I couldn't schedule this one because I thought I was gonna be super tired, but I kind of wanted to just talk about it. I think it's really important for us to like kind of catch up because lots of shit happened. So yeah, strength and power to the glorious eternal leader. Thanks. Thanks for this stream. There's another good video I would recommend checking out called The Gaza Ghetto Uprising from an Israeli, no less. Oh, okay. It's cool, Mana. We know you cooking. Thank you so much, everybody, for understanding that I also kind of really want an album. So I'm working my ass off. I'm working late because I'm a singer. That type shit. But yeah. Hey, Juchi Gang. Also, I kind of want to. Can you teach me how do you shout out people on Twitch? I kind of want to shout out, Leaping Larry, but how do you do that? How do you do that? Mana EP confirmed. Actually, I want a full album so that I can because I have a vinyl guy. I have a guy who's willing to press my music on vinyl. Okay, so do you want vinyl records? Mana vinyl. Okay. Do you want an LP? Okay, I'm working hard. Oh, okay. You can shout out. All right. / shout out. Leaping Larry. Oh, let's go. Okay. Wait, well, why is it not? Hey, let's go. Man, LP, I'm dead. Without the quotes. Okay. Hold up, let me get my wallet out. Don't tease me with an L. I'm trying my best, okay? So if it's not an if it's not an EP, it will be an LP. But I really want an LP because I want it on vinyl, okay? So I will do my best, Imps. That's why like I've been busting my ass writing songs and stuff like that. So I'll do my best. And I hope you will like it because we are gonna be experimenting on a lot of shit, right? Yeah, because that's why Chris and I are a really good team when it comes to writing originals because we're just basically experimenting on whatever. We're just mashing up genres here and there and you know, come up with something that sounds cool. Yeah. I'll pass it down to my grandchildren like a family heirloom. I love to hear all of your Yu Yupi songs on vinyl. Anyway, no, I don't think I can do that because I'm not the copyright owner of the Yupi songs. So that would get me into a lot of trouble. So yeah, I would buy vinyl if I actually had a record player. You can just make it's a record collection. Mana Avant-Garde Metal Arc. Well, you made it, so it's obviously gonna be good. I'm gonna try, okay? Like, just because I made it, like, it doesn't mean automatically, you know. I also have to work hard, Imps, okay? June cameo, like it's a Marvel movie. Oh, yeah. Actually, I want one song with June. But actually, I'm writing a song for him. But that is for his LP. Not LP. EP. So that was for his EP. So I'm not, you know, we haven't gotten into that yet. So I'm probably gonna have to ask him to write a song together under my name. Because the one that I just wrote for him is under his name, you know. And I want one for me as well. So we can have a song together. Yeah. Hopefully. Cause we've been dying for a June EP, you know. So watch out for that, Imps. We will have a song called "I Hate Boba," and here's one. Oh my God, June. Why do you have such hatred for Boba? I don't get it. No, that's foul. Would it? Okay, only if it's a grindcore song, June, because that title is good for a grindcore song. So, but you're a prog dude. Like the problem with you is that you write really long songs. Like, please write me a 2-minute and 30-second song. I know that you're gonna hate me, but I implore you to write, like, keep it at the very least a minimum of 3 minutes. A 20-minute song about hating Boba. We'll make a podcast song. Do a 15-second song, a grindcore song. Bohemian Rhapsody length song. Not even Bohemian Rhapsody. It's prog. June is a prog dude who doesn't care and just writes really long songs. Here for 10-minute ballads. Rhyme of the Ancient Mariner length. Boba is shit! Wait, that's June. That's like June's intrusive thoughts. Porn or grind about tapioca being the devil. Yeah, that's what runs into June's mind. Opeth. Time to learn how to do violent shitting sounds for 5 minutes, like Gianni Matragrano? Bro be writing novels. Yeah. Will Chris collaborate on every song on your EP actually? It depends, but I think there like a chunk of the songs that I'm gonna be putting in the LP would probably be with, you know, Chris. I got business to deal with today. Lol. Thanks again, Mana. See you again. Bye, Adorned. June's LP Raison d'etre is literally just gonna be hating on Boba. Mana making a slam track. Yeah. Okay. All right. I'm gonna go, imps. Like it's already 12, almost 12:40. So, right. I'm gonna be seeing you soon. Okay. Later, motherfuckers. Bye bye. Good, Bubba. We have been defeated. Swallow this pill. Good, Bubba. China.